Introducing the International Endurance Series by Low Fuel Motorsport. Teams will compete for a total prize money of €15,000 over the course of 5 unique endurance events. In each event, teams will face a different challenge. Rarely driven cars, dynamic weather conditions, stretching tire life, or reversed grids. Teams will have to be adaptive to come out on top of their competitors and claim victory in the International Endurance Series by Low Fuel Motorsport.
Okay, now it works. Welcome everybody, good afternoon. We are in Imola and welcome for the International Endurance Series brought to you by Lian. Today, 4 hours and a half of racing for all of our teams. The situation in Imola is clear, clean weather, everything is without any real cloud in the sky. Oops, apologies. And what about the track? This track is essentially one of the most famous around the globe in terms of racing, both for F1, for WEC or WEC. It had its moments in the Italian GT Championship and in the GT World Challenge Endurance in Europe. But today, this is going to be the round that will see all of our teams, which is a good idea to show you the standings. At the moment, the situation is refresh. Why isn't this working now anymore? It wasn't working until Lian. Okay, just had a couple of seconds to go through. Team Nitro leads the way in their Bentley with 319.5 points. Be Alien by Nitro Concepts is just behind in number 21 with just less than 300 points, and then 255 Competition in the car number 255 follows in 3rd place. But why is this important? This championship brings us with a total prize of €18,000 for all of our teams. You can check every single detail in the Low Fuel Motorsport website, and also you can see all of the teams, 44 to be precise, although last time in Bathurst and Paul Ricard and Snetterton we had some surprises here and there. LFM number 259 didn't participate, but okay, don't know what happened there. Anyway, as I was saying, last time around the LFM team didn't participate, so we just had 43 teams, but I hope everything goes smooth for tonight's round. Yesterday there were the qualifying of round number 3, and these are our qualifying results. 44 teams, as you can see, all of them are into the quali. We had a Q3, Q2 and Q1 execution, and at the very top of everyone was the BMW number 89 from BS Plus Competition, Williams Esports just following 55 milliseconds away, and Brava Motorsport being at the tail end of the top 15 in the car number 52, but they were through in Q3 with a 140.567, which would have put them in 20th place with the Q2 results, where Gladius Competition just missed out of Q3 by a very little margin. But as you can see, the margins are very slim. There aren't many milliseconds, not even tenths, milliseconds away from people, as Sim11 Motorsports is the first team that is outside the full second in the qualifying session. Also, you can see some teams without time. That's because in qualifying they just had a single shot for it. This means they had to go through only one lap, and that lap was the one that counted for their qualifying. Also, if you have any question, just let me know. I mean, in any case, now that the standings are going through, I just need to see what's the problem here. But for some reasons this isn't working, because I just have a little issue, which that's odd. That's why. That's because I was pressing the wrong button. That's a valid reason for it not to work. Okay, way better. But yeah, you will understand what I'm doing right now. Anyway, thank you for the follow to every person that is currently following the channel. Thank you for all the subs. Thank you for all the viewers that simply being here. They are helping our stream to go through, but obviously thanks to all of our sponsors. Obviously thanks to Lian. If you want some PC cases and accessories for your PC, that's the place to go. Maybe through caseking.de, in that website. You can use the code EAS7 for a little discount on your purchases. But then obviously thanks to all of our sponsors like SimSport, Moza Racing, Nitro Concepts, which also they have a little team in the very top of the championship standings, VCO, which also hosts us, Camus, Racingveld, caseking.de, and VRS. Now we are going through into the starting grid. I think I can just wait a couple of minutes because it's 4 minutes before the formation lap starts. So I have a couple of minutes to give you all a couple of informations, maybe even about the track. I'm quite used to it, and well, actually I'm going there on April the 20th because of work. But this track saw many historic moments, some good, some not that great. Many racing incidents, many races in essentially someone's backyard, because this is effectively a track that is in the middle of a neighborhood, which makes it very unique in its category, because people living near the track, they can just watch the races from their balcony. I think it's time to go into... I just need another camera because this one is not very useful. We'll go with this one here onto the top of Wi-Fi grid with Jacob Osterman. Let me take on OBS, otherwise it becomes slightly difficult. And then we go into the grid. So BS Plus competition starts with a 1:39.560 at the very top of the qualifying standing. Then it's a Williams Sport with Tinko van der Velde, Igor Rodriguez, and Sota Muto just behind. Kevin Tadei starts in position number 3 for Visceral Esports, number 44. And then we have the number 21, Lian by Nitro Concepts, starting in 4th place. 5th place is for 256, number 256 for 255 competitions by Go Setups. And then in 6th place, it's Team Nitro leading the championship in the car number 22. 7th place for us, Leonid Makovkin will start for Crazy Life Racing Team number 745 in the Aston Martin. Just behind, another green Bentley, this time it's the number 23 for BLN Academy. So quite a nice thing for the Academy to start so high in the standings. Number 255 will start in the car number 255 in 9th place. Shay O'Sullivan will start for Visceral Esports in the car number 45 at the end of the top 10. Then we got Sasha Pasner, LFM Esports number 257, 4 drivers for them this afternoon. Number 789, this is Armamentario starting in 12th. Then we got in the car number 6, 13th place, G League Esports with a 140.485 for the race event for them. A very nice livery here. That's flyby per Cryonics in the car number 777. And then unfortunately the Mustang is a bit glitched in the camera, but it's Brabham Motorsport starting in 15th place. Tail end of Q3, but they made it through. Gladius Competition with a nice white livery compared to the usual black one. Starting in 16th place in the car number 204 with car number 46 starting in 17th place. 203 behind their teammates in the usual livery. That's 18th place for Gladius Competition. David Pertile starting for Team Racing Point in 19th place. And then we get through in 20th place. Golden Dumb and Dumber livery for the 115. Maxi Puzzle will start in 21st place for Visual Racing Esports in the car number 93. Then Triple One will start in 22nd place for the NMC. Lucas Busak will start for the NMC MS Young Stars, so clearly the academy team, starting just behind their main one. Rajoli Esports will start in 24th place. Then we've got Wojtek Newirth starting in 25th place in the car number 254 for Rijo. Marco Lomi will start in the car number 201 in 26th place. Aidan Walsingham in the car number 55 for Veloce Thrust Masters, only 27 for them. Then 28th place, car number 42, Skid Mark Racing, just behind Yannick Mista, car number 20. In 29th place for RNL Roar. Then 30th place, Axel Ramune, number 27 for Uplight Esports team. And I'm starting to see the end of the field. Car number 701, Sim Heaven Motorsports will start in 31st place. Jeremy Bodada will start in 32nd place for Madcap Racing. In the car number 312, Christopher Verstappen, 769, apologies, for RCI Esports. And then the car number 202 for Gladius Competitions in 44th place with a 141.007. Bigliki, car number 233 for Sim Racing Champions, will start in 35th place. And Julian Felipe will start for Aura Racing Team in car number 48, 36th place for them. Then we've got 869 081 Competizioni. Just behind them, the car number 43 for Top Racing TV, the Spanish Twitch channel for low fuel motorsport. Number 11, that's Fisher Racing Academy in 39th place. And then we got 4 cars remaining on the field. The Pit Speed Racing without a time being set, starting in the car number 69. Valentin Baria, a bit of a surprise here for car number 39, although I think they will make a great show, but they will start only in 41st place. Car number 997 is not present, so they will not score. LFM Esports 259 will score. They will start in 42nd place. And then we got LFM number 258 ending the field. Back in live and back in the top of the field. And for some reason the tower isn't working. Oh, that's why, because it wasn't set. 4 hours and 30 minutes to go. Everything on the line, because they have very little time this time around for this endurance round. 48 minutes of steam timer, so it's going to be quite tricky for the strategies. But here starts the round number 3 of the International Endurance Series by Lian Lee. It's green light and away we go. Nice start there by the Ferrari, just behind in 4th place. But I'm very interested to see what Nils Nojox is going to do in the BS Plus competition. He remains at the very top of the field. Williams Esports follows behind, side by side into turn 3 between the Bentley and the Ferrari there. I think it's very close between the two, but they are losing a massive amount of time to think about the red just ahead, and then you can see side by side through turn number 4, and that's a bike of going in front of Booby. The contact between the two, but they remain clear out of the gravel, and they remain on the tarmac. Then we got Booby being followed by O'Sullivan just behind, and that's 10th place for O'Sullivan in the car number 45 for Visceral Esports. But quite a clean start for now. I'll be honest, I expected a tiny bit more of contacts, but I see that they went through quite clear in this. That's Luca Schubeck going in front of Simone Seminara in the Gladius competition, so possibly some team orders there between the two teams, and Marco Romi makes an overtake. That's on the car just behind, which is Tony Mahoney for Fisher Racing. Oh, that's a bit difficult between the two. The Aston Martin goes on the outside. That's Newirth in the car number 254 that gets a bit out of the track limit to get the pass, but I think he will get the overtake done. You know, here, as you can see on the inside, oh, never mind, because the Aston Martin number 254 remains behind, and that's overtake, and that overtake will not go through, will not be processed, and will be fought later on. Meanwhile, car number 44 going back and forth with Sam Gaskell for 4th place, but the Visceral Esports driver, the Italian, remains in 4th place, with Sam Gaskell just following Tadej into Villeneuve, and the 312. Oh, that's some issues there for the car 312 with a lot of damage. We'll see the replay. Oh, that's a big one because Kloppert is off. Kloppert is off for Nitro. I think it's the Academy team, that one there. Yeah, I'm quite sure it's the Academy team. So we'll see the replay. With a lot of flag there, okay. That was a massive contact with Crazy Life Racing, and also I see that Visceral Esports took a bit of damage in terms of timing, because now they are in, I think they are in, yeah, they are in 10th, no wait, this is the car that was already in 10th. Okay, maybe they didn't lose that much time, because O'Sullivan is still, okay, they lost a place, that's for certain, but they are still in 10th place, as Sam Gaskell goes in front of Tadej. That's for 4th place in the standing, but it's not over yet. It's the massive straight that will be in front of these 3 drivers. The Bentley, number 22, leading the championship, going on outside. Can this be the overtake? Oh, cutting the line as soon as physically possible. That's Tadej covering the inside, maybe going for a dive bomb on the car number 256. And oh, okay, that was very nice indeed. It was a nice overtake there for Tadej, throwing the car, launching the brakes, but making everything in their power to take back 4th place. And Tadej is back behind, figuratively, Tosher. Oh, that's a bit of gravel there that I heard from Gaskell's car. For now, everything goes smooth, and I saw a penalty that may be investigated in this time. And meanwhile, Dumara goes in front of Mahoney, and Verstappen does the same. And there are a couple of cars there also battling for position, and that's possibly Mahoney going in front of Cinotti. That's, in fact, Gladius competition losing the position number 32. And that's Cinotti now for Gladius competition in 33rd place, back in front. I think everything is still as I left it. Yes, it is indeed as I left it, but oh, more drama. Valentin Barria already into the pits, so possibly there was a contact with the Ferrari, because both cars are out of contention. They, well, car number 39 was starting practically very tail end of the field, and possibly some damage happened. I think I can get the replay done after this overtake. That's Orzef going in front of Sullivan for Visceral Esport, but now losing another place because the Mustang comes through, and that's another position made on the start-finish line. Maybe one, maybe two. No, he closes the door on Congretel. And O'Sullivan at least remains in 12th place, but that's a loss of 2 places, net loss of 2 places for O'Sullivan in the 45 Visceral Esports, while their teammate is in 4th place, but still a lot of time to go through in this race. As Marco Lovi goes sideways, and that's possibly a contact being made with Ruggero for Raggioli Racing as Gladius Collision goes into the gravel, survives the incident, but it's going to be interesting to see if it happened because of contact or if it was because of a mistake on their own. Oh yeah, there was a lot of contact with Raggioli Racing, as you can see there, and then they also lost the car getting back on the racetrack. So now they went from, I think it was, in question it was 14th place to 23rd. No, okay, but Ruggero is just here. So maybe they didn't even lose any position. Now that I think about it, because Ruggero is still in 22nd place and Lomi is just behind. So they were quite lucky in not losing any place. It's possibly race control will not be so happy about it, and we'll probably see the incident in the steward room. In the meantime, I think we can go and see what happened to the car number 39. If I can, hopefully. I think it's a bit too late because I'm not seeing 39. Yes, maybe this one is the correct one. Let me go. So this is what happened to, yeah, this is what happened to Valentin Barria. So we have a little replay. They were on the main straight, going 3 wide on, oh, they got very close to the wall. Oh, there was a car, oh, that's very unlucky. Yeah, I can see the issue there. There was a car, unfortunately, very much in the middle of the way. So we can have a better look from here. Meantime, I think we can go just in front. As you can see, there was contact with the Bentley. It's not showing there. So there was contact. Oh, pit maneuver there. The Ferrari going sideways, and unfortunately Valentin Barria couldn't make anything. And there was another Ferrari going sideways. I can't pinpoint who exactly that was, but clearly a race ruined and effectively over for these 2 drivers. Very unfortunate there, as Michael Tusher is now in 3rd place, very close to Tinko van der Velde, battling for 2nd place. And just behind them, Sam Gaskell is ahead of Tadej for 255 competitions. Apologies if the replay was a bit long, it's just that I thought it was the incident being in the replay. It was the overtake instead. Because the 2 numbers were one after the other. I just had a 50% chance for them to be the correct one, and it wasn't. Apologies for that, but you didn't lose anything because the action is always under control, theoretically, on me. And that incident will possibly spark some controversy because that was a very nasty move. I can see in the penalty chat that we will see very likely a penalty being given to Bentley. Meanwhile, Eduardo Ruggero is very close to Nürnberger, just in front. I'm very interested in what's happening behind Tadej, because there are a lot of penalties, a lot of overtakes. Penalty, no for direction, so no penalty there for car number for the incident between car number 42 and 27 for forcing another car off track in lap 1. As Kloppert here in 17th place as there is an incident between 257 and 45 under investigation. Fastest lap of the race just being signed by Nojox in first place, and Tasher is very close to the Williams race car as we go onto the inside camera for the car number 21 that remains behind. Takes a bit of gap to the Williams. Meanwhile, Kloppert, their teammate, is now in 16th place, just in front of Seminara. Behind this, a bit of a train being formed. That's Tadej, Huben, Baikov, Burby battling for 5th place, as you can see. And I think Wasner is well, not in the last lap, but Wasner could get close to this little train forming. As you can see here, the car 257 a bit clear now of any battle, as Orzev is a second behind. And also Mattia here in the traffic. That's Luca Mattia, number 85 for Team Racing Point, 19th place. I'm trying to see if there are any battles ongoing. It's a bit calm for now. That was a car getting very close to Neuwirth. It was Miguel Ricci, the car number 20, just in front of Ramone in the car number 27. That's for 24th place, which is actually 23rd, as I'm sure something could happen. Meanwhile here, Kuben just went in front of Tadej, but I think this is yet to be seen. You can see possibly Crazy Life Racing trying an overtake on the Ferrari number 44. But Bentley number 22 is now in 5th place, going a bit wider on the hairpin. This could be a little chance for Tadej to make it back in 5th place. Maybe not, because Baikov is on the outside on the left-hander, and then into Acque Minerali 1 and 2. An overtake is impossible there, although we saw during the last round's adventures that an impossible overtake for these drivers is never impossible. If you didn't see the last 12 races in the round number 2 of the International Endurance Series by Lian Li, go check it out. It's in the past broadcast of Low Fuel Motorsport, both in English and in German language, and it's very interesting flow of races. 12 races in 20 minutes timings. A lot of actions, a lot of incidents, and a lot of controversy, to be honest. And now Baikov is going on the inside, and that's the overtake done. Yes, it did. Oh, little contact there onto the curb, onto the grass, and that's a position lost for Tadej. Maybe 2 places will be lost for the car number 44, but Burby remains behind, and that's 7th place now for Tadej. But Baikov, another contact. I don't really feel like it. Race control, which gives a 5-second penalty to car number 45 for forcing another car off track. I don't think race control will be pleased with Baikov's actions so far. 2 overtakes. I saw 2 overtakes were with some contact. So not really a clean run there. But now, in their history, but number 44 is now defending against Buffy. They seems like, oh, sideways there, completely sideways into Acque Minerali 2, and it was a very, very close to make an omelette out of that corner. But now the train is very long and it's very aggressive. Tadej is leading. I think it's a 7. Yeah, it's a 7-car length pack. But now it's actually Wasner that may make the overtake on Buffy. As I said earlier on, there was a chance for Oh, there's a wrong camera. There is a chance for Basner to make it in 8th place, and I think this could happen in the next minutes. Unless Buffy makes a pass on Tadej in 7th place already, a second and a half behind. Meanwhile, oh! The overtake here between Tinko van der Velde and Tasher. There was a lot of gap between the two. But there was some more defense in action, but actually the Bentley goes through easily on the car now in 2nd place, and meanwhile Basner is just Warner is just now in front of Orazef with O'Sullivan on the outside as the Mustang now gets 10th place. And as you can see behind O'Sullivan battles with Congretel going off track. There's possibly a track limit violation there between Congretel and O'Sullivan, and Congretel gets a pass done on the car number 45, and the car number 6 is now in 12th place for Visceral Esports. So as it stands, Visceral Esports falling through the grid, and now Lian Iversen, the car number 46 in the other Visceral Esports, will probably ask for a position. But it was very odd because the gap between Van der Velde and Tasher was quite large, and I think this could realistically mean that they are on a different tactic. Possibly they want to keep the tire for a 2 stint. It's likely. Meanwhile, Tadej, after getting overtaken by Buffby, tries to get the overtake done again, trying on the outside. It's a bit difficult there. Early on, a contact happened between the two, and Tadej loses another place, and now they are in front of Basner in the car number 257, going a bit sideways again. They are not really keen on the tires. It's very likely that there was a fault, but not a concrete action into Valente Villeneuve. Then into Tosa, to the hairpin. Everything remains the same. Obviously, considering there are so many battles going on at the moment, I want to apologize if I miss some overtakes here and there. It's just that I have to pick a fight. And sometimes I'm in luck, and sometimes I'm really not. This time around, I think I am, because Basner is going to pass Tadej for 8th place into Rivazza. Double left-hander, and this leaves Warner with a very nice... Oh, there was an important fault there in Tadej's side, but I think he made more harm than anything else, because now Warner will be in an easy position to make a pass on the Mustang GT3. And that's another place lost for Tadej. Now 10th place for them in the car number 44. They were starting 7 positions ahead. They are still side by side. This could still be some huge defense there for the Mustang. Meanwhile, Tadej, more contact there, and the Audi R8 is now on the gravel, getting overtaken by both Congretel and O'Sullivan, as now O'Sullivan is also thinking about making the move on Congretel on the Bentley number 6 for... Oh, that going for the move, it's possible move. Meanwhile, there is more contact there between the Visceral Esports and the car number 204 for Glasgow competition. That's Lukas Schubeck going in 14th place, getting the overtake done on Lian Iversen. So, not really a great scenario as of now for Visceral Esports. They are bleeding positions in all of their teams, and I'm not really sure why. It's a very odd situation, because as it stands, 5-second penalty for car number 27, a sportsman-like conduct for an incident with the car number 55. That's a car in position number 25 with Axel Ramone driving for Offlight Esports team. As I was saying, Visceral Esports is oddly falling from the sky, because they were all of the cars were in a very nice position, and now they really are not. I think I can. Oh, this Mustang a bit on the gravel. As I was saying, though, Vista Esports is bleeding positions, and it's very odd. The situation is just happening on their side, practically. So I would like to go through. Oh, that's a Bentley going through, and that's another position being lost for Visceral Esport, and that's Congretel going in 10th place, and today in 11th, and Sullivan will likely make a pass on their teammates' behalf. We can see from the helicam. Ooh, that was risky for Sullivan. He chose to remain behind their teammate, but this led to Orazev nearly putting the car in front of them, and that's also Schubeck behind the car 204, getting very, very aggressive on the Audi R8 that lost 3 places early on with a contact with Tadej that was defending against the Armamentario race car. This train is very long, but they are also losing a lot of time to the cars ahead, because obviously they are slowing themselves down. Okay, just have a moment to put at the very least this one here. So now I will also show the manufacturer in the tower, just for 5 seconds as the position changes. We also have a pit stop, which will be brought later on. That's another thing. Meanwhile, Schubeck and Iversen battling there for position, and Orzev ahead of the duo. That's for 13th place, and I think this time around this could be a very important position for Lucas Schubeck. So we can go on the splitter in a Mercedes AMG on the outside. A very difficult choice there, and matter of fact, no overtake happens. Meanwhile, there was an incident between the 259 and 11. We'll see later on, because there is a double overtake ongoing. There is the possible switch of position between O'Sullivan and Tadej, which happens, and there is an impossible move that was happening between Schubeck and Orzev. Meanwhile, behind, the little contact between Lian Iversen and Kloppert for 15th place. Now the overtake, the dive rather, happens into total. 1 position being lost, 2 position being lost, and that's Bentley and BMW contact behind. That's for 16th place between Kloppert and Praise, who now loses the place. Number 17 on Mattia, now in 17th place. As all of these drivers are battling for a very important position. Every single position here counts. And behind the Praise and thank you, mouse, why isn't it working? And we will lose at another place there, maybe 2, because now it's Ferrat going in front of Praise for flyby. No, it actually, oh, pit maneuver again, and another contact, and Praise is off into the gravel and into the wall, and that's the incident being done. We can see the replay of it. Have a better look at this. So 2 cars that try to pass, and then contact between the 2 cars. Very unfortunate this time around, with the people that try to cover the inside a bit early, in my opinion, and this led to an unfortunate pit maneuver, which led to flyby going first sideways, then into the grass, and then into the wall. Now car number 777 is, to be fair, is in 31st place here in this little pack of cars battling for 31st place. A very unfortunate situation now for the 777, which is now 17 places behind where they started from, and it's a huge comeback run for the team there. Meanwhile, as I said earlier, car number 11 had an incident with 259, and they are now going into the pits to repair the car. I think I can show you the incident that happened here. Yes, I can. So this is what happened between the 2 cars. As you can see, 259 and 11 going into Variante Alta. Oh, that was a lot of sideways there for... Oh, there's a lot of contact, more contact, sideways again, and that was an elimination, burnout style, and the duo went into the wall. Meanwhile, 222 gets a penalty, 10-second penalty for a contact with car number 93. Lap 2, turn 9. As Concatel is now just behind Warner, as the car behind the 259 that just exited the pits after repairing the car. It was a little takedown, that one there. And now that I mention it, I miss burnout, I really miss it. Anyway, Ruggiero just going on inside. There was a fault. There is still a fault. There is concrete action now. There is action on overtake. And Ruggiero is in front of Nürnberger for the whole amount of 5 seconds after going side by side into Tosa. Free wide. It's impossible there. And matter of fact, Ruggiero loses 2 places. One on Nürnberger and one on Ramone. And maybe one on Reno Ricci too. It's free. Position being lost there. And the 201 gets a penalty for an incident with car 222. 5 seconds penalty for them. So Ruggiero went from passing the car in 21st place to being in 24th place in span of Alpha lap. A bit too aggressive there, possibly, and it didn't pay greatly. I think I can show you, yes I do have it, the incident with car number 777. So I have it there. I can just give you a better scene later on, as Klopper is just behind Orzef, the Audi R8. As you can see, the gaps are very, very thin after the battles that happened early on. Little reminder that stint timer is only 48 minutes. It is not 65. It is 48 minutes. You know, here there's an overtake happening between Nürnberger and Ramone. And Ramone is now in 21st place, just in front of Nürnberger in the 111. So you go back here as we are approaching Acque Minerali. As always, if the microphone is not loud enough, if the game is not loud enough, if anything is wrong or should be better, just let me know, because unfortunately I can't know if there are some unplanned issues. So if you notice some problems, just let me know. I have the shot under control, just here. And that's a lot of overtaking going on between the Bentley of Christoph Verstappen and the 777 with some damage on the front. And that's Verstappen losing the position actually on Sindok, on Philippe in the car number 48. And that's a bit of bump draft there with Aston Martin. That's not now passing Verstappen for Gladius competition. A bit on the gravel there maybe. And that's the place being lost. So now Ruggiero is in, but now also just ahead there is a lot of fighting going on. That's Miguel Ricci getting in the car number 20 in 23rd place in front of Newith, and Ruggiero now in 25th place. As the battle behind ended with Cinotti still ahead of Verstappen. Yes, it ended like this. And something is happening here, because Gaskell and Van der Velde are one after the other. That's for 3rd place in the standings. As it stands, apologies for the wordplay. I think Van der Velde lost 2 seconds on Tasha, the time being, and Gaskell gained a lot of time, especially in the last lap. 41.870 for Van der Velde, 41.177 for Gaskell in the last lap. So I am quite sure that we could see something happening just now in the straight. The main says Miguel Rino Ricci gets the overtake done for 22nd place, or I can't say it, apologies, Nürnberger. It's one of those the name on which I'm making more trouble with. Can Gaskell make the move now as we go into the cockpit cam, as we go into the helicam, as we go into the outside, and Williams Sport. Oh, that's a lot of rear loss for Gaskell, who lost the car a bit oddly. I honestly want to see it again because it was very, very odd the way it happened. So as you can see from the rear wing, inside is clear. They get they went on the curb. That's why they went also on the gravel. But this just helps Huben, because now Huben is very close. 41.2 in the last lap, 41.6 for Gaskell, and 41.7 for Van der Velde, and 41.0 for Bykov. This train is now 4 cars long, 4 cars long, and it's getting spicy for third place, as a bit of a mention for our leader, Nils Nojoks, currently in the car number 89, 10 seconds ahead of Toscher for Bielian, and Tinko Van der Velde into the 4 seconds behind, with a whole train of cars that are very, very angry and aggressive. And this time here, so now this 4-way battle is but now stationary. But it's possibly for the tactic here, because also, and it's important to remind it now that the pit stops are happening. Matter of fact, we have our first effective pit. Mark Lomi goes into the pits. All the drivers have to go through a double stint with the same tire and same driver. So this time around we will not see a driver change and neither a tire change. Only fuel for all the drivers, because they have to be careful on the tires, because they require, per rule, to drive a double stint with the same tire, but also to remain stationary for 25 seconds to refuel the race car. So it's going to be interesting to see who is best at the consumption and who is simply pushing as much as possible, hoping for the best. Because with a 48 minutes stint timer, this practically means you have roughly an hour and 40 minutes on the same tire. It's not really easy, and this is going to be tricky for the majority of the drivers. And that's possibly why Tinko Van der Velde is, I won't say going slow, but rather not really defending against any attack, because it's just more stress on the tires that have to go through 2 stints rather than just one. Now Gaskell and Huben are remaining behind. Bykov does the same, so possibly they are now thinking about the same tactic, which is keep it steady, keep it clean, get to the pits. And then we'll go through. Meanwhile, if you wonder why the 777 is not in a great situation, this is the reason for it. So you can see into Acque Minerali, a little contact with a couple of cars, and then into Variante Alta, battling with Dam Dam and Dame. Unfortunately, some contact happened. That car went into the wall. So now the 777 is in 29th place, and with damage that has to be repaired. So as you can see here, flyby esports. 5-second penalty for car number 58, causing a collision with car number 201 in lap number 4. To number 4. As we are now 35. Yes. Okay, 35 minutes and 30 seconds in. Racing timer is 48 minutes, so still a bit of time. In fact, Lomi went for a massive undercut, but realistically there is a reason for it. They probably are going for some short stints early on, instead of later on. As Sherrod just passed Ramone for 19th place. As you can see, a replay of it. Car number 115 getting in front. Oh wait, apologies, it's already too late here. So we'll go back live in 4th place. As Sam Gatkal, Niklas Huben, Timo Valverde and Mikhail Byaikov are still in their positions. Yeah, live penalty. It's everything is live. There is a race control delivering penalties for who is a bit naughty in live and for the whole duration of the race. And if they rarely miss something, you can always submit a report and you will get your ticket addressed as soon as possible. So around, luckily, not many incidents compared to round number 2. So race control has a bit of an easier time, but also we just had a single start instead of 12. Race control possibly having a bit of a better time right now. Meanwhile, Timo Valverde loses the position on Sam Gaskell. A bit ironic considering I went with this battle for the whole time later on, and the second I switch group, the overtake happens. Now Timo Valverde is in 4th place, and Niklas Huben is very interested in making another place. Very conservative, Van der Velde, in this particular occasion. I think we go for a little replay here. See the overtake that happened. As you can see, Ferrari very, very strong slipstream, getting onto the inside. And Valverde braking very, very early. I'll be honest, it's a bit early compared to the usual. Not a single defense was applied there, so Van der Velde is on full lifespan mode. Van der Velde is just thinking about keeping the tires cool and not really bothering with anything else. Meanwhile, Congretel is very close, not even close, he's actually next to Warner for 9th place. Congretel here, we can go into the splitter, just behind the Mustang, who is leading now ahead of the Bentley. Ninth place for them. Possibly the Bentley getting the pass done on the Mustang. Oh, more contact there, possibly not thinking 100% which side would have been taken by the Mustang, which led to actually the 2 cars colliding in the braking zone. And the 5-second penalty, again there's a competition, this time for a contact with the car number 769 for causing a collision in lap number 5. As Imola loses 2 places on Sherrod and Ramone. The close competition now in 20th place in the car number 203. It's just behind Ramone. If you see a blank space in the tower, that's the Mustang, and the reason for it is that the Mustang is oddly glitched in every race controller for some odd reasons. And I can't really resolve it. I'll be honest, I don't know how to resolve it. Well, also because I'm not a developer. I don't even know the reason for it, but I just know that the Mustang doesn't have the logo on the tower, nor the correct camera on the broadcaster. It's the only car that has this issue. Meanwhile, into the Aston Martin Racing race car. Bit of lift and coast there. I was thinking about an overtake, but realistically, it's a better idea to simply keeping it clear. Also, if you see some links in chat, don't be shy to click on them, because it's thanks to our sponsor that we can deliver all of these, especially to Lian Lee, which is the proud primary sponsor of our championship, and also to all of our sponsors. You can see on the bottom left part of your screen. As Ramone is still ahead of Shirt, there was an overtake here, but I don't think anything really happened, because I can see a huge gap, and I can remember Ramone still being ahead of the car number 115. Eduardo Ruggiero is now in car number 58, just pressurizing Newirth in the car number 254. And Ruggiero very close to the driver head. You can see from the splitter cam. Also, there is a possible overtake here between Concretel and Warner. That's for 9th place. This has been going for several laps. More contacts between the two, and that's O'Sullivan making a pass. More contact with the Mustang, and that's O'Sullivan in 10th place with Concretel in 9th. A very important movement there, and Uben is also ahead of Van der Velde, who is simply bleeding positions without even defending. But I'm sure the tactic is simply to be as conservative as possible. Meanwhile, here it was a bit more physical, and clearly the Mustang didn't really want to give away the position as Sherat goes into the pits, and the triple one is off. Ooh, there's been a huge incident here. I can see several cars that have been involved in an incident. We will see a long replay this time around, because I'm not really sure what happened there. So the triple one makes some contact there. Oh, that's a Ferrari. I think it's a car number 25. Oh, that was a bit of a massive one. And 3 cars are off with the LFM car then on the grass. Oh, they didn't go on the grass, but they just went for a 360 degrees angle. And apologies, wrong button. And there's a lot of positions being lost there between the car number 111, the 258, and I think it was also the car number. I think it was one of the. I think it was the number 93, to be honest. I think it was Mahoney there losing the place. Meanwhile, here we are in 20th place. This is the battle with Miguelino Ricci for the 203. For now, the 2 drivers remain. Thank you, G. PRR. Thank you very much, but you didn't miss. But you still have plenty of action to watch, so you can stay where you are. Meanwhile, the Mustang gets back in position number 10, and that's Warner now in 10th place. Don't think the Bentley will be happy about it. Oh, there was a chance there between the two. As it stands, Warner is now ahead. And we can see what happened here. There was the overtake being done as in turn 1 between the Mustang and the Bentley, and then you can also see Then they tried to go for another move, but didn't do so. Also, there is a possible battle here between the Armamentario race car, number 789, and Kloppert for the Alien. After a lot of contacts here and there for this team, but this train is very long. It's still the same that was half an hour ago, with O'Sullivan leading in 9th place. So now Bykov is in 6th place, going side by side with the MG, Williams MG, and that's 5th place for Bykov, as O'Sullivan went into the pits, and Mattia did the same for Team Racing Point. So now Vanner is the leader of this whole train. No, yeah, it's Vanner. It's Vanner, the leader of this whole train, because there is a car that is actually with blue flags, which I think it is the car number. It's too close. I can't really see the number. Rather, I can, but not from here. In case now the car number 52 is ahead, and 5-second penalty for car number 745. That's Crazy Life Racing Team with a contact with car number 44 in lap 9. So Kevin Taddei, and what happened early on. So I was correct. Crazy Life Racing did indeed get a penalty for the contact that happened early on in the first corner. This was a bit of an aggressive overtake, and a 5-second penalty has been applied. Number the error of the R8. Yes, the R8, its V10 is absurd, and it's as loud as physically possible. It's literally the loudest noise you can hear in the GT3 cars. It's the same as the Lamborghini Huracan, but there is not a single Lamborghini here, so only the R8 has that noise, as all the cars are now exiting the pits. And Lukas Schubeck, Taddei, and Lian Iversen. So this is a visceral sandwich, as every single car goes into the pits because there is no more time available. Everyone into the pits, everyone jumps. Nojox is already into the pits, but everyone will get through, and this is going to be tricky for all the cars, as Lomi is the first car that didn't go into the pits. So we will follow this Aston Martin. Now into the pits. I'm trying to see if anybody has an odd time. So 19.5 seconds for Nojox. 12.5. So there was a note that they had to remain stationary for 25 seconds. Clearly they are not. So possibly that rule has been dropped at the last moment. Because I can see that Nojox lost a lot of time because they went on to fill the car fully. Tasher made a 12.5 seconds pit, 11.4 for Gaskell, practically the same for Huben. Van der Velde 2 seconds more than the average, which is around 12 seconds. Wasner very, very short on that. Minara is showing himself with 0 seconds, which I find difficult considering his time in the pits was 39 seconds. Lomi was with 8.7, so a very little time for them. In fact, now they are now in 9th place. As Ruggero, more contact there with Bykov for Crazy Life Racing, which had to remain stationary for 15 seconds more compared to the usual. More contact there. No, wait, apologies. I think it's 20 seconds. Yeah, 20 seconds more compared to the usual. Because of the penalty again, more aggressive and more contact there with the 115. And that's Bykov losing the place on Ruggero, but keeping the place on Sherat. The 17th place for them. They were early on, they were in 6th place. So a lot of time being lost with the penalties early on. As there is a 5 seconds penalty applied to the car number 44, which is now in 12th place, or a contact in the early lap. So what's the situation at the moment for who... a veloce car? Yes, there is a veloce car. There is. It's just in 27th place. With Aidan Walsingham, which is in 27th place. They just made their pit stop, 10 seconds long, but they are a bit of... they're slightly in no man's land at the moment. As Mattia lost a ton of positions for Team Racing Point, and that's 2 positions being lost. Maybe there is a contact there with Creative Life Racing. A very, very narrow gap is available, and that's a position done for Bykov. And there is also the position done for Ruggero with O'Sullivan as they go into Tosa. Side by side in 3 different ways. There are 3 cars going for more contact there between Sherat, and this time around it's Lian Riversen that's for 18th place behind. I'm talking about the 2 cars ending this train. So a lot of places changed in the matter of 2 corners. Ruggero is now leading this little train with Sullivan in 15th, Patija in 16th, Bykov in 17th, Sherat in 18th, and Lian Iversen in 19th place. Although I don't really think it's over, I really don't think it's over into Variante Alta. Can these deliver more overtake? Or maybe not. Well, not for now, but I'm quite sure that we could see something happening into Ribatta. As 10 seconds penalty being applied to car number 777 with a contact with car number 203 in lap 11. So the situation is worsening for the car in 44th place after a contact early on, which brought them damage. Matter of fact that they had to be stationary for 20 seconds more. And now in 34th place with a penalty pending on their name. So it's not really their race, very likely. As Bykov here, and Mattia, very, very aggressive at the moment in 16th place. The battles in the lead. It can't happen, it can't happen, it can't happen, it can't happen. It did happen. It may have happened. It actually happened. Oh, more contact there within the Creative Life Racing and Mattia, who actually will lose possibly the place with Sherat just behind. It was an immense dive bomb, I'll be honest. Bykov being, to be honest, I think he's currently the most aggressive driver in the field. But he's making places at the very least. Back, considering the penalty early on for 2 different incidents. And now Bykov is in 16th place for Crazy Life Racing, just behind O'Sullivan, the car number 45. GTRR, I can deliver the message to the broadcast main team, so the German one. I can't assure you anything, but if there is enough demand, we could arrange something in the near future, or some one-offs, but that's obviously due to... it will be organized based on demand and overall appreciation of the project. But I will deliver your message to the higher ups, and if something will get through, you will know. As for this race here in ACC, Clapert, and today, car number 44, car number 23, with the Visceral Esports that, let's say, underperformed. You can see the positions being lost on the bottom right corner. 9 places for this team here that was starting in 3rd place. Now they are struggling to keep 12th place. Sloppert is very, very aggressive. Now he remains behind, and I think I will struggle to being right in the next upcoming minutes. But we will see. Possibly Kloppert could also remain behind if the pace is enough, but Warner, their rival early on, is ahead of this Visceral Sport car, so if one gets too far away, Robert may become more aggressive on the situation. 10 places being gained on Ruggiero's side. Now the car number 58 is in 14th place. They were starting in 24th. So nice run there for the team that qualified not so greatly. As Eric Robert, matter of fact, goes for an overtake. Not even half a lap, not even 2 corners passed, and the overtake happened. The Cropper is now in 12th place, and Tadej is in 13th. Defending as hard as possible there. But Tadej will remain in 14th place. So, the number 44 keeps bleeding positions. Meanwhile, 204, 5 seconds time penalty, causing a collision with car number 789 in lap 13. Also, very interesting, more than 20 seconds behind. Piccinotti here goes extremely wide. I was about to say that he was very close to Neuwirth, but he was very close to Neuwirth. Now he's not that close to Neuwirth, so we will get through Lian Iversen, the other Visceral Esport, car number 46, in close proximity with Cody Sherratt for Dumb and Dumber. Louis plus 17 positions. Yes. He's currently in 9th place and minus 17 places. So yeah, the close competition of the 201 is really having a good time around the Imola racetrack. It's also, technically it's their home race, so that also helps possibly boosting up team's morale a tiny bit. So this little train, well, it's not really little, it's very, very, very long. It goes from Banner down to Congratel in 20th place. A bit more tactic for now. They aren't throwing hands at each other. They are a bit more cautious in their racecraft. But speaking about Marco Romi, look at this. Simone Teminara in the 203 is in 8th place, but very likely we could see a change of positions because the two teams are batting for 7th. As Sasha Pazner is ahead of the duo, will we see some racing, or we will see some team order as one car appeared in the middle of nowhere for a moment, and it is indeed team order there. Marco Lomi goes in 8th place, so 18th place is being gained by the 201. Absurd situation for now for this team, which qualified hopefully compared to their rhythm and their pace, but they are making a lot of moves. And their tactic of pitting very, very early put them out of traffic, and clearly it was a nice idea. Reminder that every single car is on the same tires as stint number 1, so they are on a cautious strategy. They are on a cautious strategy because they can't really push the cars, otherwise they don't get to the next pit stop. Now, 3 hours and 30 minutes to go. 1 hour has passed now. We get around 75% of the race to go still. And the bike up here is still very aggressive after an hour of racing and an hour of effectively fighting. Car number 745 for Crazy Life Racing with a steady pace, as you can see here, 41.3, 41.5. Last time around it was a 42.5. Apologies. It was a 42.5 early on, then it was a 41.5, 41.3, and then a 41.7. Really steady pace for them, around the 41.5. Apologies, I read the order in the wrong way. And trying the outside is a bit of a difficult move, but never mind what I said, because there was a massive mistake there by O'Sullivan, who lost the place on bike off, and that's 15th place being made by Crazy Life Racing Team. But I think it's highly likely Team Racing Point could deliver some more action, going over the curve once, then twice, then into the hairpin, into Tosa, as O'Sullivan has to defend again, and this team keeps bleeding positions. All of their cars are not having a good time, and it's very odd because it's really the only team that is having this situation, this particular situation, where all of their cars are effectively dropping. They was starting in 13th place for them now. O'Sullivan starting 6 positions up ahead. Lian Iversen starting 2 positions up ahead, but considering all the cars that had damages or incidents, it's not really a good thing. It's back in front, Marco Lomi, currently the car that is on a rocket engine, is possibly going to make another position, making it 19 places being gained from the start of the race. This team is delivering a lot, and this is the overtake for 7th place. Marco Lomi is now in 7th, the 2-1 race car, and that number is correct, 19 places being gained by this team here. Oh, honestly, an absurd pace for them, and I'm very happy to see that this effective struggle that they have to go through, so keeping the tires for 2 stints, is possibly paying for some and being a tragedy for others. But Lomi is certainly happy about it, because it's the only car that simply goes up and never slows down. Questo cos'è del Vampiride? I always wanted to do motocross, I'll be honest. I actually was, when I was younger, I was always like interested in motocross. I was like, oh, it seems cool, but I was way more of a kart kind of person. But in any case, none of them were close to my city, so it always was a struggle to get to either cars or, well, motocross was literally hours away, so it was impossible. At least karting was 40 minutes away. I could have asked very gently sometime here and there, but never had a real competitive chance in my young days. Anyway, Seminara now is the proposed actor for this battle here, as there is an NFA between 777 and... oh, there is an NFA, so Race Control deemed it as a race incident, the one that happened between the 777 and the 115, which threw the car 777 into the wall early on, and then gets a 15-second penalty. Never mind what I said, because it was deemed as a not racing incident. Okay, I've been... the opposite has been said the literal second after, so 15 seconds penalty for what happened early on at the very top of the racetrack between the 777 and the 115. So they didn't deem it as a racing incident. As let's be Kloppert here, and Chris Vanner are now battling with each other for position number 11. This duo has a bit of a rivalry, I'll be honest, because they've been together for the whole duration of the race so far. And they're giving us a very nice battle, and a very clean one too. Vanner and Klopper, they are battling for 11th place this time around, and the train behind them is battling with Tadej for 14th place. That's Tadej, Ruggero, and Bykov going for a comeback run after the penalties that have been issued early on. As O'Sullivan gets the overtake done on Lucas Matija. This battle doesn't deliver any overtake, neither the one behind. This one is slightly different because Team Racing Point loses a position. More contact there with the number 115 who loses a position. Who loses the position on Lian Iversen. That's 18th place for car number 46 Visceral Esports. After a bit of contact between Team Racing Point number 85 and Sherat for Dam Dam and Dammer. They have a 15 seconds penalty, so likely they are not really fighting for positions. They are just fighting to lose as little time as possible. I think I have a... No, okay, I can actually deliver the replay. So that was a bit of fighting, but I just want to wait a little bit, because this sounds like hell in seconds. Because there are two battles going on, and realistically, they are batting, all of them are batting for 11th place, because the cars behind Tadej realistically think that they have enough to get in front of Vanner. This train is slightly gapped between Tadej and Copper, but essentially it's a train. As this time around, Copper is very close. The Bentley is a very nice car, but the Mustang is the fastest thing in the universe in a straight line. Can the Bentley get through into the braking zone? Diving into the inside, keeping it into the line, and that's a position done. The number 11, ooh, a lot of sliding there for Copper. But nevertheless, he remains ahead of Vanner, and now Tadej, Ruggero, and Bykov, because now the train is completed. As you can see, there is no gap between these cars, as you can see from the splitter cam. On Tadej's race car, the number 44. Oh, that's a bit of contact with Ruggero. I think it was a bit of contact with Ruggero. And this mid-pack battle has been going on for literally from the very start of the race. It has been the hotspot of the commentary so far, and it's not over yet, because now Ruggero gets a possibility, but he doesn't deliver. He remains behind. I thought I was already prepared for a move. Ruggero stayed behind, leaving Bykov with a chance for position. Meanwhile, oh, something happened behind. Ooh, Ramone is off. Ramone is off into... Something happened here. We can see what happened exactly. So there was an overtake going on. Oh, there was a bump, unfortunately for them, and then I think they just missed the wall. Narrowly, but they did. As Ruggero here is very close to Tadej. This could be the chance this time around. This could be the pass for 13th place. As also something is happening just ahead with Bubby and Van der Velde. I just don't know which battle to put through. There is also the one between Seminar and Vasner. There is also the one between Matija, Lian, Iversen. There is the one between Sherat and Congertel. There is the one between Rosef, Miguel Rino Ricci, and a few others. The whole pack is battling, and that's because the field is so strong, but it's actually strong. The gaps between them are very, very narrow, and a single mistake could cost you 10 places, as clearly Bykov saw with their penalty that brought them from the top 10 to outside the top 15, as Ruggiero is going side by side with the car number 44. That's the overtake done into Rivazza, diving into the inside, and the 58 gets another position done, 11 places in front of where they started from. Meanwhile, Georgie Boothby for the 255 competition is just behind the Williams. That's a 4-0, that's 5th place, and that's a back marker. I'm just not sure which one it is, but that's a back marker. And there's also the battle for second, because Tasher and Gaskell are battling for second place, as the car number 11 gets on the right to leave these two battling. As I said, Gaskell for 255 competitions and Michael Tasher for Lian are battling for position number 2. And oh, something happened here. Oh, a major one happened. 2 cars into the wall, and again it's Crazy Life Racing. So what happened here? So Crazy Life Racing gets on the inside. It was an impossible move. Jumps into the curb, and both cars into the gravel. And again, it was Crazy Life Racing being involved. Usually I'm not biased, but this time around this team really made a name for themselves, but not in a good way. So now the 44, which already was bleeding positions, is now in 19th place. They were starting in 3rd. 5-second penalty for DYNMC 111 with Rajoli Esports number 58 for an incident in lap 15. Car number 111 is currently in 44th place. So we're starting a bit up in standings. Now Gaskell gets loose on Tasha. Cruises a couple of times. Not in the last lap, obviously. As you can see, it was a 41.2 last lap for Gaskell. It was a 41.5 for Tasha. But apparently, it seems like it was just a bit of a slingshot movement, because now Gaskell is extremely close to the Bentley. As you can see, into the highest spot on track. It's only 4 times. Meanwhile, Ruggiero is also battling with Vanna in 13th place for Rajoli Racing. 5-second time penalty for car number 20 for causing a collision early on. To get on board Ferrari driver. Into the main straight. And this could realistically be an opportunity for Ruggiero to get another place on their run. They remain behind. Whole team probably is saying to their driver that it's too early, don't be too aggressive, you have to deliver these tires in the next pit, because obviously they can get a flat tire if they use the tires too much, and that will be a big problem, quite obviously. Gaskell is again very, very close. Tasher a bit wide this time around into the apex, but Ruben is now just behind Gaskell, so now it's effectively a bit of a Bentley sandwich between the 21 and 22, which are respectively second and first in the championship. And again, Ferrari can't really make any... Oh, never mind what's said, because the Bentley was extremely sideways into turn 2. Into variante Tamburello. At move, we made a pass on Tico van der Velde for 5th place. As Roger also made a place. Not yet. No, but okay, I think he basically did get the place. Done. That's a 12th place for Ruggero. In front of Banner. So the Ferrari very, very good on tires at the moment. Compared to the Mustang at the very least. Not really surprised considering the Mustang is not really a soft car on tires. Meanwhile, Gaskell and Ruben did battling with Tasher, 10.6 seconds. And in all of these, it's important to mention that Tasher, Gaskell, Ruben, all of them have gained some time on Nojox in the last lap. Obviously, this leaves me wondering what's their pace if Tasher isn't there. But we can't know for now, because Tasher still remains ahead of this trio. And Gaskell can't really get close on car number 21. It's actually the opposite, it's actually Ruben getting close to the 256, as Tadej and Miguel Ricci were changing positions, but for now Tadej remains in 19th place. And Team Nitro here, which well, the race number is 8. It's Armamentario, which is in 21st place, so 7, 8, 9. That's the Audi R8 for you. But yeah, the Bentley has always been a very nice car in exit speed. It has always been a very nice car also on tires. But the Ferrari is simply better in top speed, but not in acceleration, which doesn't really come handy. Meanwhile, 312 Madcap Racing gets a 10-second penalty for an incident with car number 11. It doesn't come handy against the Bentley, which is the little opposite, so very good car on exit. And a good platform in corners, but not really a top speed dominator. Thanks for inside. Ah, never mind. I'm here for this. Seminara gets into the pits because the 203 and the 201, both teams were very, very early in the stops. So we'll see what the team strategy is at the moment between those two. So last lap around, it was a 41.707 for the car 89 at the top of the field. 41.4, 41.5, 41.5 for the following 3 cars, which means very, very slowly, but they are gaining some time, and 3 hours are still a lot of time and a lot of laps. You can see the Ferrari is very, very aggressive now. I think the time has to come sooner or later. They have to do the pass because Ruben is getting more and more gigantic into the mirrors. Never mind, because now they are next to them, and that's Huben making the pass on Gaskell. So that's what happened between the two, and that's what happens if you wait too much time to make your pass. You get passed, and Huben is now following Tasher for second place. Effectively, their sister team, the Alien, with Team Nitro just behind them. Team Nitro, which gives me a bit of an assist to... As a fact that the 2-1 is now into the pits. A bit of an assist to thank all of our sponsors, especially Lian Lee, but also Moza Racing, VRS, CaseKing.de, of which you also have a little discount on their website with EAS7. You get a 7% discount code on their website. And so Racing Belt and Monza Racing, but obviously VCO, which also helps us stream this whole championship. All the sponsors, you can see them on the bottom left of the screen, but also on the websites. In both Bluefield Motorsport and in all the links that are in... Something broke in my chair. In the links that are getting through in chat. So Gaskell very interested there. Still now he is very far. He lost completely the... I would say the slipstream, but it's very odd that a whole second has been lost. 42.0 for Gaskell compared to the 41.5 of both Huben and Tasher. Meanwhile, Naujox clearly heard my statements and just put at 41.2, gaining a lot of time on Tasher and putting the gap back to 11 seconds between first and second place. So for now, the BMW up ahead, this one here, for BS Plus competition. But it's having a good time. Not really pressurizing the tires, going steady, refueling as much as possible. They have the whole time in the world to do everything they want, and they're in a great situation. Meanwhile, Tasher, oh, there was a mistake there for Huben. What happened there? Because Huben was clearly a good time ahead, and 1 second I leave. So maybe I have to go a bit further behind. It's very odd because there was a lot of time between the two. So I suppose a mistake happened. As you can see, there was a good gap. Oh, it was okay. Yeah, it was team order for the duo. So Huben is now in second place in front of Tasher. Reminder that these two are effectively the same team. So it was a team order for Huben and Tasher. Huben possibly having a very good run for the money, and now Jox could realistically become a target for Team Nitro, as their academy team, the Alien by Nitro Concepts, is in third now. Yeah, 42.2. Yeah, it was definitely a team order. Yes, we have only... No, we have 3 Bentleys, apologies. We have this one here. Is in 9th place. Is currently battling... well, no one. At the moment, they are in 9th, 3 seconds and a half behind Schubeck, and 3 seconds and a half in front of Ruggero in 9th place. Think about the Vel, they lost another position on... No, wait, never mind. They are just following Booby, as Tadei gains a place on the R8 for Armamentario, and behind them it's a Crazy Life Racing. I think there is a possible move here for the R8, which goes on the inside, slightly wide, slightly on the curb, but he remains behind, and Tadei can't really make anything to take back the place, but they have to defend again against Crazy Life Racing. They really don't have a good link, a good friendship link as it stands, with an incident that happened early on, but they lose another place, and this time around it's against their rivals, Crazy Life Racing. Now 19th place for this team, although with a possible pending penalty, which will be applied to the 258 LFM Esports. 10 seconds penalty for causing a collision, 258, which is in 26th place. So yeah, we have 3 Bentleys. And is Ferrari meta? I would say no. Like, it's a very good car in everything. It's not meta. Like, podium position doesn't have a Bentley, Ferrari, for example. Although Sam Gaskell is there, but the Ferrari is simply good in everything. Tires, management. It's very nice to have a car that goes quick in the straights and brakes extremely hard. It doesn't have the great acceleration. It doesn't have the best tire tire lifespan. It's a very nice platform, that's for certain. It's a very nice platform. The hate days. I think the battle is already... Well, maybe not, but for now we will see what happens here between Gaskell and Tasher, because this battle is still going on for Lian and 255 competitions. Last lap it was a 41.3 for Tasher, 41.1 for Gaskell, with Nojox delivering a 41.2. Okay. So as it stands, the lead gets further away. As Sheo Sullivan for Visceral Esports is now targeting 11th place. That's Chris Warner ahead of them. And behind O'Sullivan, it's Lian Iversen, car number 46, their teammate. Always for Visceral Esports. Car number 39 is now back on track as Quebec goes into the pits for Gladius competitions. They were in 8th place, so now Kloppet and everyone behind gets a position gifted. Very low glove. I'm actually sad that it doesn't run anymore. It was a bit of a meme, a bit of a brick, but ironically, it was the lightest car in the field in its time. I read that it actually was extremely light, and that's why it was extremely good in both tire management and speed. The issue is that M Sport had roughly 23 euros to run the car, so not a lot of help there, and also Benson didn't really help. Meanwhile, yes, there is a Honda. Unfortunately, it's the one in 42nd place, number 39, that had a very nasty incident early on. And now they are trying to come back and to get some more positions. Meanwhile, there is a possible move here between Mahoney and... Okay, disconnected. It was a very unfortunate moment, I'll be honest. So Mahoney disconnected from the race. The second I showed him, I deeply apologize. And I completely lost. Yeah, the 11 is on. Oh, there is a possible move here between the Ferrari and the Bentley. The Ferrari on the outside, Bentley on the inside, into Tosa. Can it happen? This time around, Team Nitro, no, apologies, behind Benito Racing can't do anything. Maybe they can deliver a defense on the inside, but it can't happen. And this is the position being done for Gaskell, the number 3. Now, next target, Niklas Huben. So now they're back in 3rd place. From the outside, it was a nice move, taking advantage of the exit speed, ironically, on one of the worst cars that has exit speed, because acceleration is not really the Ferrari's top strength, but as you can see, good on the brakes and good on the agility, which made a compromise for this car that created an opportunity on the outside. Meanwhile, Sullivan still behind Van, very close, and now Jox goes into the pits. The leader is into the pits, an hour and a half into the race, so Huben is currently your leader in the race. Virtually, it's still now Jox, but a lot can go wrong in the pits. You can completely miss your pit box, you can put all tires again, can forget the fuel, many things can happen, but virtually now Jox is still ahead. Physically, Huben is now the top car of the field. The car number 89 is possibly getting out of the pits around now. And Sullivan still remains behind Van. As Team Evan here with Tumara driving for them, loses the place on Jonas Priest. This is what happened between the two. So you can see Priest getting on the inside of the Variante Alta and delivering the pass in a very narrow space, but they made it. Comeback run for them, as many cars went into the pits. Also, Naskidashvili in the 202, driving for Gladius, which had a 5 seconds penalty. He's now battling with Matteo Naldi for Hoplite. Both cars went already into the pits, and both cars are effectively battling for position, not the number 44. Realistically, the number, I think it could be 8th place, maybe 10th, but there are too many cars that still have to pit, so I can't be sure about their effective position. Meanwhile, the car gets out of the pits in a very unfortunate moment, and behind them it's Luke Haddison, now out of the pits, but physically behind them I think it's the car number 23 in 7th place, so they are currently about to get lapped by a car that still hasn't pitted. It's a bit of a difficult situation there for this duo battling for currently physically 31st place, but again, reminder, they already pitted. "15-second penalty for car number 258 LFM Esports, which is in 18th place now. Apologies. Which is now in the pits in 21st place, but the penalty has been applied. I'm not sure if it has been applied before they stopped or after they stopped, but we'll see. If they remain stationary for 15 seconds more, it's going to be clear when the penalty has been applied to them. So now the leader is behind Tadej, and these two are battling for position, which is now the number 24. As Bykov is now into the pits. And these two have to give space to the Bentley behind, because they are in blue flag situation, although they pitted early, so realistically they are not lapped for a good time. They will remain on the lead lap, but they have to give the way if they can't run away from the Bentley behind. I can see fresh in the light. As the 789 here, the only Audi currently in 22nd place. They were battling with Crazy Life Racing. As Persil is very close to Singh for Visceral Esports number 46. Can it be a change of position? It clearly can be a change of position, because Team Racing Point gets on the inside and takes the place out of Singh's hands, and that's 16th place for Pertile. In the car number 85, a bit of contact possibly between the 46 and the 85. But that's position done for Pertile for Team Racing Point. Singh is now in 17th, and just behind there is another Bentley. Apologies, it's 4 Bentleys, not 3. My mistake early on, I said 3, it's actually 4. No, 5, 6, I actually forgot how many there are, I'll be honest. Because there is also the RCI Esports, which is in 28th place. And then there are the 3 Nitro. This one here, which is now trying to get the position done on the 46. But it doesn't happen. Which is the number 6. And we got the RCI. I don't know, maybe there is another one. I should check. But there are 40. Currently there are 43 cars in this race. So apologies if I missed the correct number. So many battles are currently ongoing. Attionaldi here, and Dario Imola for Veloce Esports, Veloce Trustmasters, who is about to get overtaken by Mattionaldi for Hoplite. Otherwise, we can have a VIP view of this little fight between the two. There's no contact between the two, but the Veloce car is out of line. Can they keep position number 21 at the very least against David Nashgravili in 22nd place? They can't make it there, and they remain in 22nd place. So David Nashgravili is in 22nd place in the car number 202 for Gladius competitions. Yeah, this is a diva, you can win or lose all. Yeah. Usually it's a very nice car. The second you don't have grip, it wants to kill you. Especially in the wet. Especially in the wet, that car is a monstrosity. I always said it, although it was my main car to drive. I was a main Audi R8, then I switched to Aston Martin. Because it's better. You know, the Bentley and the Ferrari are still battling here. And Remy Papin gets the position down on Devilish Singh for Visceral Esports, and that's position number 16 for car number 6. Unfortunately, without a livery, as Zerbin is still battling. No overtake has happened, it's just a visual glitch, that one there. Zerbin is still behind Terensky for Brabham in the Mustang. Geek Furious, try to click on the treasure chest on mobile or the points full portfolio in desktop mode. It probably reloads itself and it should give you back the points for watching the live streams. Otherwise, I have no idea. I have honestly no idea otherwise. But usually it works with me. Usually I just press the tracker box and it just reloads every single point I received up to that moment. What? I didn't understand. What? Eagle show. Was it about me? Fabio Zervin still here. Half a second behind Traneski. This battle has been going on for quite a lot. Let's say, I think, since the pit stop happened. Next. So the last 10 minutes of the release. One of the duo remains. The same situation as it is. Meanwhile, Nasgravili and Imola. Gladius competition against the Veloce Trustmasters. There's also Leon Berndt very close to Minar for third place as Makukin makes the position on Addison. Crazy Life Racing now in front of Dum and Dummer. And Leon Berndt and Philip Minar very close. 42 cars here. There are many battles ongoing, so as always, apologies if I miss an overtake. But many battles are currently ongoing. So something may slip out of my eyesight. For now, Leon Berndt, last lap, it was a 41.2. Philip Minar, 41.6. So Minar either made a huge mistake, or they don't have the pace. Remember, all of them are back on new tires. Matter of fact, Luis Roters for BS Plus competition at the top of the field just signed the fastest lap of the race so far, 40.432 for the team, leading with 15 seconds now. As the other Bentley here for RCI Esports, without a livery, unfortunately. He's just behind Conrad Siata for LFM in the 258. The Bentley still behind, but very close. Loren's last lap, it was a 42.275. Yes, Lorenz. Siata's time was a 42.295. So 20 milliseconds have been gained. It will take a while, but for now Lorenz is technically faster than Siata. Only 20 milliseconds, that's incredible stuff there. Berndt lost a lot of time, I suppose, for... No, clearly not. So, Berndt clearly made a mistake somewhere. Now the gap is a second between Berndt and Minar. So we can go back to the current battle for 26th place, Siata and Lorenz. Bentley against Ferrari. Which hasn't been the first time we saw this particular combination battling for position. Crazy Life Racing with Leonid Makmikin and David Naskidashvili are also very close there with each other. So Gladius competition and Crazy Life Racing going on outside. Aston against Aston. And Gladius remains ahead of the 745. Crazy Life Racing. Now goes into the inside again. It didn't work earlier. And they're just betting with the chances at this point. He's behind. Martin Loring and Konrad Siata still following each other, although this time around I think Siata made a bit of a mistake there into Variante Villeneuve. In fact, matter of fact, the Bentley goes through and that's a position done. With Martin Lorenk now in 26th place for RCI Esports in the Bentley. Bakukin is here in 745. Close to Skidashvili. Oh, I said it correctly. For once. But Imola is also flipping away from Naskidashvili. Okay, never mind. Naskidashvili. A-side, Mila Zerbin. Here making the pass on Terensky in Villeneuve. So we can get a bit of a replay here and have a better look at it. On the inside, it was a very nice exit for the Ferrari driver, which put the Visceral Esports in 13th place, and now Pertile is simply following the two drivers ahead. So Brabham, the Mustang. Così following the two. You can see the popularity of the Ferrari though. Effectively, it's a very. Maybe I have to give you a 10-second. Yeah, it's a better idea. Second here and then second here. So the Ferrari is very popular as a car because it's a very nice platform and it works. Meanwhile, Naskidashvili, while we were watching the overtake happening just ahead, also lost the place on Makovkin, who is 15-second penalty. Speaking of which, for the incident that happened early on with car number 44. So this team was starting 15 places ahead, made some questionable overtakes, got some penalties, made more incidents, and now they get more penalties. So 15 seconds to be added to their time, and the team that was starting quite a lot ahead in 7th place now will find itself very likely in 25th place at the very least. Naskidashvili and Addison are very close. Same happens ahead between Brabham and Team Racing Point, and also the Visceral Esports driver. Yeah, 777 trying to get back some places, currently in 31st place, going for the overtake with McLaren, with Sim Heaven, making some contact with them, and 30th place for Git in flyby. There, unfortunately, only 30th place for the team that started in 14th place. As you can see here, Ferrari of Zerbin remains in 14th, and Terensky and Pertile just follow behind. Torniamo a Martin next run. Yeah, the R8 is a great car, but with the latest BOP modifications and the overall stability of the car, the rate is very agile, and I love it as a car, but also because I'm also biased, because I love it as a race car in real life. But to be fair, the Aston Martin is equally agile, and it's very nice on it's a it's a V8, and it's a very mid V8 in terms of sound. It's not as mid as the BMW, which is a inline 5, and it's not as great as Ferrari's noise, but the Aston Martin is a very nice car. It's good on tires, it works greatly, it's easy to stop, and it doesn't kill you if you make a mistake on the rear. So ultimately it's okay, but if you want the noise and if you want a good car, try the Lamborghini. The Lamborghini Huracan uses the exact same V10, derivative from the R8 platform, and the Evo 2 is also great. It's Italian, so at its value, and it has the same noise, the same engine, different chassis, different suspensions, but aerodynamically it's a very good platform. That one there, and it's very stable when it rains, which is already something more than what the R8 has. So if you really want the noise and the action, go for the Lamborghini. It's a very nice car, but it's not very used since it's very tricky to stop at the very top level. There are better cars at the top level, but it works. Many on top 10% also use the Lamborghini. Top 1% not really, but beside the point. But on average, the Lamborghini is a very good car and it works. Yeah, the BMW is good, but I honestly hate it. I don't really like the BMW for my style of driving. It's understeery. It's a bit understeery. Its noise is awful. I hate it, and I don't know. I don't really like it as a way of driving. It's I would say it's very soft. It's not really nervous. It gradually turns, which is great. I'll be honest, it's great. It's just not my driving style. It also depends on your driving style. If you're very agile prompted, or you have a nervous driving style, you really need a car that has a rear engine or some very heavy dampers, such as which car it was? It wasn't the Mercedes. I think it was the Mercedes, but just on the rear. But I'm not sure there. Obviously, Debex, what would you say likes to dance the best? Yeah. Okay, so you really want something agile? Try the Lamborghini. Try definitely the Lamborghini. It should suit your driving style. Oh, Matanandi tried to go for a move there, which didn't work. Oh, they went on the curb and lost the position on Veloce Trustmasters, the car number 27. So this is what happened. And now Matanaldi is in 21st place. Makovkin just follows the car number 27 for Hoplite Racing. And now Crazy Life just behind. He's very interested in that very position. As you can see, few reports are coming through, so for now, this controller is having a bit of easier time. The turbo engine is just ahead of V8. It's on derivative, And that's the position done for Creative Life Racing. Leonid Makukin with a 41.0 compared to the 43.5 from Matteo Nardi, obviously. That's because also a bumpy ride happened, let's say. Meanwhile, back in front, 12th place, Jolly Racing. While I was speaking about engines, these two were close, now they are closer. Nick Babin last lap was 41.992, Pozniakov's lap this time around was a 41.6. But it's clear that Babin's laps can be better, as you can see. From the bottom right, it was a 41.3 and a 41.5, practically, for Jolly Racing's driver. Meanwhile, it was a steady 41.5 going towards 6 for Pozniakov. So it's actually possible that Nick Babin is simply waiting for an optimum moment. Get the overtake done. Oh, very sideways there for the MG here. If you don't know it, but the MG has a very unique suspension platform, because thanks to their diagonally positioned dampers, they can go over the curbs with incredible easiness compared to every other car. So that's why you can see them going literally over the curbs max speed without losing any chunk of time. The counterpart for this car is that it's very, very understeery because of its engine displacement, which is the longest hood mankind has ever seen, and because of its general properties of being a very understeery kind of car. But it works. You have two Mercedes MG in top 15, with one in 11th, and the other being in 6th place. The MG is stiff. I'm speaking about fast dampers, the ones that you need to stop to go over curbs. It's slightly different, because usually the suspensions of this car are diagonally positioned, and it helps with the dampers, with the fast dampers, to go through the curves quicker and more recklessly. It's a bit of a thing that I know. I'm not really an expert, so... Ooh, 10-second penalty for the CIE Sport, car number 769, for an incident in lap 55, turn 1. So it was actually very recent. 10-second time penalty for the Bentley, currently sitting in... can't find it. CI is in 26th place, as Lian Imola and Mark Sideruk are about to switch positions, with the Veloci Thrustmasters getting 19th place. And Sideruk not really defending that much, although I'm about to think about something different. Mavkin goes into the inside. It was extremely close with Imola again. This team is... Oh, honestly, it's making me anxious every time I say it. Trying to go for an overtake. Historically speaking, they haven't been very reliable, but I hope they get better in the race. Oh, that was extremely sideways there for Makovkin. So Sidoruk just lost 2 places there, and Terensky did the same just now, with the overtake happening between Papin and maybe even Pertile, as Pertile is into the inside. In the team racing point with number 6 on the gravel, this just leaves Brabham with a chance to make the pass on the Bentley. What a mess there between the two cars, and the Bentley loses the position on Stefan Terensky in Rivazza, and that's now the Mustang back in 15th place, as a penalty has been issued to Madcap Racing, a 10 seconds time penalty for the team. There, I think we can see the whole situation that happened just early on. Go for a bit of a long replay here. So as you can see, on the onboard. It was the Mustang just ahead. Oh, they just went wide. That's why. And that's also why the position happened. I think I still have enough time for the replay. Yes, I have. The Mustang braking a bit early, going over the curb, and the Bentley simply had a better run for their money, going for a double overtake. So percent issues that nearly worked. Then the rest was seen. Rajuli Racing going for the move on Pozniakov into Variante Alta. Can this happen? It can't happen. Rajuli Racing remains behind the Gladius competitions for 11th place in the standings, and sometime ahead the other Gladius competition race car, the 203, being driven by Leonardo Porco, just ahead of Samuel Schar. It's also battling for position. We can get a better look at it, battling with Lian. Yeah, learning setups is difficult, but if you want... Woohoo! A lot of rubber band there, and it was nearly a contact between Schar and Porco. With Schar that had the slipstream, the perfect slipstream, nearly went through Porco's car in 9th place and about to create a giant mayhem. You know, as I was saying, there is a certain team that has a certain tool that may help you understand better their setup. I will not do any name for the 255 competition being sponsored by Go Setups. So yeah, if you want some help, you can also try that. It was very subtle, I know. It was absolutely not done. Absolutely not seen. Meanwhile here, Nick Babin and Andrei Poziakov battling for position, and that's Babin going on, tender inside, and takes the place out of Poziakov's hands, and Schar also did the same, just a few seconds ago. I think we just go for a replay here to see what happened between the two cars. Oh, it was a mistake. It was a mistake being made by Porco, which put the car outside the track limits and left Schar with an easy pass on the Italian driver. As we go back live, Pozniakov is now behind the Babin. And realistically, we'll think about an answer to give to Babin, but for now, it doesn't seem to be happening. So a little bit of time to talk about the whole race, which so many overtakes here and there. Speaking of overtakes, Rook just passed Matteo Naldi for position number 21. Pass back. I don't think an overtake even happened. I think there was a possible chance of it, but Rook defended against Naldi. So as I was saying, okay, I can't because Papin is extremely close to Tarnensky. I'm honestly trying to formulate a sentence which is useful for the stream, but action keeps happening. From Papin still behind Tarnensky. Anyway, as I was saying, this whole championship is only thanks to all of our sponsor. The International Endurance Series is brought to you by Lian Lee. If you want anything for your case, that's the place to take advice from. But also all of our sponsors that help this championship, such as Azatec, Steam Sports, Moza Racing, Nitro Concepts, VCO, which also hosts us, now Camus, Hildenveld, VRS and kskin.de, which is a website on which you want to make your purchases, even because you have a 7% discount code using EAS7 for your purchases. If you want a wheel, if you want a rig setup, and if you want some help in your driving, as VRS helps you with coaching, wink wink, they may help you get through the obstacles. So thanks to VRS coaching, you can become one of these drivers, which are battling for position number 15. Papin is now on the inside. Okay, this was a very nice move there. And then closing the door, and that's the position done on the outside, kind of Acquamirale 1. And yes, I'm saying the names in Italian. I don't care, I will say them in Italian. And Caracas is also now just ahead of Edison for Visceral Esports, number 44. Now gaining a place on the 115. Next objective being David Naskidashvili. I think we can have a better look from here, from Skidmarks Racing's rear view, because we can see the Hoplite, number 27, and then the little train forming for 23rd place, just behind. There is a battle happening at the front, second place, only 2 temps. It's very close actually. Let's see what is happening here between Minar and Iktar for Nitro Racing. As the 255 competition was very close early on, made a little mistake, I think, in the last section, so we can go back to this fight here. As 202 gained 11 places, as Caracas just made a position on Naskidashvili, losing a place on Caracas. Si sente Matteo Naldi, drop light. Oh, braking in the middle of nowhere. Why was that? Why was that a brake check while going downhill? I have no idea. Possibly it was an off track, and Skidmark Racing tried to slow down, but Matteo Naldi was just behind them. So it was a very peculiar situation there. Nothing bad happened, luckily, but it was very close to create a disaster. Meanwhile, Felipe Minar sit behind. In the last lap, 2 times have been gained on Bastian Richter in second place. As Porco is into the pits. Ragioni Racing for now is very close to the 204. As Caracas makes the overtake on Matteo Naldi, just here on the outside. We go for a replay of the action. What happened here between the 2 cars? You can see here. Ooh, throwing the car into the inside, with the Hoplite going a bit off the racing line and leaving enough space for the Visceral car to make the pass. So as it stands, Mina still putting a lot of pressure on Richter, as Florence lost place on Char, So these two have switched the positions. And there is an incident here that happened between Edison and Aldi. Oh, something happened here. Something happened here. We can go for a replay to see what happened exactly. So TV2 is better here. So the upright racing car goes a bit outside the curves and crossing the racing line, and unfortunately a contact happened between the two cars, leaving Dum and Dumber with a spin and likely some damage for the upright racing car. As Caracas is very close to Skidmark Racing. Oddly, the Victory Sport remains behind, it doesn't go for an overtake. Although Caracas had the chance to make it in front of Sidruk. At the same time, possibly they were just waiting for a better moment. Back on board. Again, they remain behind. Completely safe about making a lunge into the inside. But very likely, now, this could be the chance for the Victory Sport driver to make it. In front. As Caracas still behind in the number 44, only 3 tenths behind Sidruk, so a lot of action could still happen there, and some pits are also happening. As Porco lost 2 places there. And the reason for it is this one here. Suppose it was a mistake. Oh, it's extremely wide there. So it was indeed a mistake being made. And that's position number 26 and 27 going and fading away. Caracas, Sidruk still battling. Never lost an eternity of time this time around. Look at that, 42.7 in the last lap. So either the tires have given up, which is massive if it happened. Because remember, they have to go 2 stints in a row with these kind of tires. Because the first and second stint already passed. They will have to go through this third and then a fourth one. Caracas this time around, this is the chance for them to make a pass in front of Skidmark Racing, and that Caracas now in 19th place, although 16 places behind where they started from. For now, this team is not really having a great time. Trying to at least get back on some rhythm. Meanwhile, Busak and Akola, apologies, battling for position as DYNMC, apologies, loses the place on Akola. No, so the faster cars are approaching. So the situation up ahead, Lewis Rotors, BS Plus competition, number 89, a whole 20 seconds in front of Pastor Richter. 20 seconds behind for is a concept, and Philippe Minard follows in third. 2.5 seconds behind. We've got Lian in fourth place for Lian, and Jordan Sherratt 255 competition with Igor Rodriguez in the 420 Williams Esports that started in second place, and Simon Shar for Lian in the car number 23 in 7th place. Max Florence for LFM in 8th, Andrei Pozniakov in 9th place in the car 204, and Nick Babin in 10th place. Philip Zerbin here for Visceral Esports number 45 in 11th, and Team Racing Point just behind in 12th place with number 6 in 13th, and Spontanesky for Brabham in 14th. Visceral Esports number 46 is in 15th place, and then Lamentario in the R8 is in 16th place with Makovkin for Crazy Life Racing in 17th place for Crazy Life Racing, then Imola in number 55 Veloce Esports. Then we've got the Visceral number 44 in 19th, Skillmark Racing in 20th, Gladiator Competition 201 in 21st, Dum Dum and Dummer in 22nd, Oplite Racing in 23rd, RCI Esports, although with a penalty pending on the name, in 24th, LFM Lowfield Motorsport in 25th place with Bushak for EY NMC, 26th place, number 254 in 27th place with Gladiator Competition in 28th, Flyby Precarionics 29th place, Team Heaven in the 30th place, DYNMC in 111 in 31st place with Gladius Competition number 202 in 32nd place. The car number 20 is in 33rd place, and the car number 48 sits in 44th place. Then we got car number 233 in 35th place, with Pit Speed Racing in the number 69 in 36th, LFM in 37th, with John Thresh driving in 38th place in the 312, Top Racing TV in 39th, Real Community in 40th, .081 Competizioni in 41st, with Fear Racing in the last 2 places. So back into the racing, Richter has been losing some time on Minar, now in 3rd, but basically could become 2nd sooner or later as Makovkin becomes Kolosov for position. And Masonaldi is also going into the pits, so now we are in our end of the 3rd stint, going for the 4th one, and they have to remain on the same tires. They can't change the tires, they can't change the driver, they can just refuel the car. How much fuel? Up to them. Very likely just the very necessity of it, nothing more, nothing less. Otherwise it's fuel saving, which is not great, or more weight and more time lost, which is also not great. As the leader exits the pit, and although with a pit being made on the name, 20 seconds stationary, so a lot of fuel being put in that car, they're still in 6th place. So in terms of pizza, so just to give you a better look at it, I think it's a bit better to let you see this one here. Okay, it's not working. Fantastic. So for some reasons the broadcast doesn't work. The layout doesn't work. So you have to trust me. At the moment, the only car that made 3 pit stops in the whole top 17 is this one. This car here. The other car that made a 3rd pit is Lorenzo Magnani in the 201 Gladius competitions in 17th place. And also everyone else is also going into the pit. Oh, your flex is showing. That's because this guy is actually in the pits. And a lot of movement as you can see here in the leaderboard, but that's because of all the cars going in and out of the pits. 777 finds itself in 22nd place now. They still have to make the pits. As Richter and Minar only 8 times are put in the gap on the 2 effectively chasers, because they are both chasing 1st place. They are technically in 2nd and 3rd, although physically they are in 1st and 2nd, but that's only because this past competition number 89 in 6th place was the leader, and they made an early pit. They still have the fastest lap of the race so far. Just a tiny bit more than 2 hours remain. And still some battles are happening. Speaking of 777, battling with Leonardo Porco for Gladius competitions. But the car 203 already made their pit, so realistically they will go into the pits just now to avoid any loss of time. That's down at 777. Going to refuel the car. Full. Okay. Oh, number 46. Oh, it's just exiting the pits. Never mind. Last lap around, it was a 41.4 for Minar, a 41.6 for Richter. And the car following. And this is interesting. Look at the times. 1.3 and 1.2 in the last lap. So Bernd is very likely using less tires than the front runners up ahead. Very likely that Bernd could, not now obviously, not in the absolute second, but in the next stint, this car could deliver some interesting results, but they are sitting 8 seconds behind the top 2. Okay. 2nd and 3rd. As Caracas and Imola, these 2 are battling for position. And they are not anymore. As Caracas continues straight. And Imola clearly didn't. Pozniakov is very close to Babin. Oh, this is an interesting one. Look at this. Babin is now in front of Pozniakov because of a change when they pitted. But very interestingly, Babin's pit was 4 seconds slower than Pozniakov's one. So whatever happened wasn't because of a difference in the pits, because if anything, it was the Raggioli Racing that had to lose time, but paradoxically, it's actually the one that sits in front of the ones chased the car. Meanwhile, Pertile, oh, over the curb, this is a battle for position with Porco and the Papin. This is for physically 12th place. Realistically, I think it should be around 8th place, very likely. For now, Pertile just out of the pits. Struggles. Tiny pit. Small cars are getting into the pits. At this time around, it's the top half of the top 10 that gets into the pits. Bottom half, rather, that gets into the pits. I forgot what top and bottom means. Nice one. Anyway, situation here. As you can see, a lot of time being gained by Pertile. Oh, contact there between Papin and Porco with a car number 2 or 3 that loses not 1 but 2 places, maybe even 3, as Poznikov just sits behind their teammate. But that's now Rajoli Racing gaining a place, and I think we can also see what happened from a better view maybe later. As you can see, there is a possible overtake here between Porco and Pozniakov. The 2 cars are switching positions. That's an intra-team situation, and now Porco finds himself from 11th to 15th. So, different situation there for Gladius competition that now sees their 2 or 3 car in 15th place behind Pozniakov. But I think we can see what exactly happened. As the drive-thru happened early on, with the car number 20 going through the pits for crossing the lines too many times. I think it was this one here. Ooh, Rajoli Racing losing the place there on Pozniakov, with Rajoli Racing with Babin crossing the chicane completely, losing the place on Pozniakov and possibly losing the place on Porco. Look at this scenario that now finds the number 58 having some struggles. Oh, massive incident there, and that's Rajoli Racing off. And that's Rajoli Racing off the racing circuit, struggling to get back on the racing line. It's a very odd situation though. It's a very odd one. I think we will go for a replay to see what exactly happened from the very beginning. Look at this, with Pozniakov going extremely wide, with Babin that had to cross the chicane. More contact between the two. More contact, as you can see, going downhill into Rivazza. And come on, that wasn't even subtle. I'll be honest, that was extremely bad to see. I hope it's not made on purpose. But the images are not really helping the Gladius competition's defense there. I'm not sure where they were going for. But it was very bad to be seen from the outside. Possibly going for a cutback. But whatever cutback was in their mind, it was also geometrically wrong, because I think the car would have been going on the inside way too much in any case. So I'm not really sure what happened there. Okay, I am sure, I just don't want to say. Or rather, I don't know why it happened. I'm sure what happened, I just don't know why. But the race control will act accordingly. But again, it wasn't a nice look from the outside. It really wasn't a nice look from the outside, that one there. In any case, we continue with racing. As the number 48 is, you can see, it's the number 93, apologies, being stationary in the middle of the racetrack. as Porco is just now behind Singh for Visceral Esports. And Jeremy Papin is very close to the team racing point. In the last lap it was a 42.2 for Papin, it was a 42.3 for Pertile. And lap earlier was a 41.8 for Papin. But I think could see a possible pass there for the car number 6. As this time around, this could realistically be the chance for Papin to make it into the top 10. Doesn't defend well in the middle of the racetrack. Doesn't give the Bentley any effective chance to make it into 10th place. I think which for now remains behind the Team Racing Point racing car. Maybe this is the time for the pass into reverse. It's a bit difficult. But the fact it doesn't happen. Now into the main straight. Can this be the time for Papin? Well, they remain behind. The number 6 remains in 11th, very close to the top 10, but not yet there. Oh, defending on the inside, Xavier Pertile being extremely defensive. And now going downhill into Acqua Minerali on the outside. He tries. It's impossible there. Both cars going side by side. But G-League Esports now remains where they are, behind David Pertile. Ooh, again, oh, it was extremely defensive, and this time around, Pozniakov takes position, number 12, maybe not, maybe, oh, no, okay, yes it does, and Pozniakov takes the position out of Papin's car, so G-League Esports went from battling for 10th to losing and to get into 12th place, but it was very difficult to go until the outside of Acqua Minerali 1. And then into the second right-hander. They were still side by side. Something happened into Variante Alta. Again, oh, again on the outside. Oh, it was an extremely good pass there. It was a very nice move for the G-League Esports. It was a nice one there. We can go for a replay because that deserves to be seen. Look at this, it was extremely narrow. as you can see from here, going extremely quick. Then on outside, very nice overtake for G League Esports. Now they are back in 11th behind Pertile. As it stands, these two are also the same rhythm. 42, high 42 for Porco. It was a 42.6, 42.7, 42 point, effectively a 7 for Porco, and for Sing it was slightly different. 42.7, 42.8, and 42.4. 15-second penalty for what happened between Hoplite Esports and Dum Dum and Dumber, which is very, very unfortunate for them, because, to be fair, it was a very unfortunate situation for Hoplite, but they have been penalized. With a 15 seconds penalty. So not only the half spin, which then became a full double spin, not only the damage they received, but also a penalty now for Hoplite. Very harsh decision by race control for what happened in that particular moment, but I think they also... there's a car going slow. They probably deemed the car at fault, because I think they never tried to back off the situation. I think they kept it on the throttle, effectively becoming a dangerous object in the middle of the racetrack. As another incident has been reviewed, it was the incident between 58 and 203, with the Cloud Competitions receiving a 10 seconds time penalty for what happened in lap 85. So about the incident early on, it was a 10-second penalty has been given for the incident with Rajoli Racing. So now this car has a 10-second time penalty, and effectively the battle for 13th doesn't exist anymore. Speaking of Rajoli Racing, after what happened early on, they are just behind Kolosov, the Audi R8. For Armamentario, as 869 again having their car sitting with yellow flags. as it was a lap with the onboard on the Audi R8 that is being driven by Valid Colossal Formamentario and Nick Babin very close to making a pass, as this is the closest battle we've got at the moment. There is a possible chance there for Babin, clearly putting the offensive on for Mercury Racing. It is now 4 o'clock, so an hour and 47 minutes to go, and I think John is ready for the pit stop.
Indeed he is, my good man. How are we doing, Christian?
I am tired. No, okay, racing is, until now it's great. I'll be honest, it's a bit cleaner than what happened in the last round. This time around, the racing has been exceptional. Now let's say that things are settling down a tiny bit, and there are some interesting battles happening, some interesting comebacks, and the lead is only 13 seconds now. Early on it was up to 17, so there could still be a battle for the lead at the very top end. But in all of this, Don, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing very well indeed. Guy, looking forward to getting my teeth into this. I've actually been sitting watching the race for the last hour from inside, and yeah, it's interesting seeing the pit stops coming in, because they've only got 3 sets of tyres, so it does mean you really do need to pick your fights in this one, Christian. And yeah, looking forward to seeing how this one plays out, because as you say, the lead and the win certainly not in the bag for the team out there at the minute.
Yeah, obviously nothing is yet to be told. As you can see in live, the 420 is in 19th, but that's because they went into the pits early on, so nothing horrible happened to them. They just went for an undercut. But in any case, I'm Cristiano Romano. I will now do the switch with John, that will be your voice for the remaining of the race. Obviously now we will mute ourselves for roughly 2 to 5 minutes to make the change in a perfect manner, and then the commentary will resume, but this time with a Scottish voice instead of an Italian one. And it's slightly better in English. And yeah, I hope you all had a great time watching the race in Imola, which is a perfect track, and everybody who says otherwise is spreading misinformation. And the race is still long, still a lot of time to go, but John right here will be your voice for the reminder of the race. I'm Cristiano Romano. Thank you all for having stayed here for the whole time until now. We'll go mute and we will resume in a couple of minutes. Stay here, everything will be as smooth as possible.
Good afternoon, folks. Welcome back in. Huge thank you to Christian Romano for the opening of the race. The Italian voice to the Scottish voice does feel like a bit of a downgrade, but we will crack on. It's the International Endurance Series by Lian Lee. It's round number 3. It's race 14 after the 12-20 minute outings last time out. And we've got a quick decision from the stewards coming in, and no further action on that one, so we'll keep an eye on the action that is out on track. As I say, it's round number 3. We're here for Imola. We've got 1 hour and 41 minutes left for those drivers to use. Only 3 sets of tyres. Everyone will be doing a double stint, 48 minutes, as I'm sure you are all well aware if you've been watching this one from the start. We've got Top Racing TV and Madcap under investigation. I did see Fisher v Fisher under investigation. I'm not sure if a decision came through on that. Oh no. We'll see if one does. Up at the front of the field, it is BS Plus competition. They took the top spot in qualifying, and they're currently running with 1 hour and 48 minutes left to go in the lead of the race. Richter, the championship leading team in the Bentley, find themselves in second with Mina for 255 in third place. No further action on that one. Leon Berndt in the Bentley, the Alien by Nitro Concepts, is in fourth with Jordan Chirac in fifth place for 255. Gladius have got Magnani currently running in 6th position, and Samuel Shar, another one of the Alien teams by Nitro, is in 7th place. It's LFM in 8th of a couple of them where they qualified, and Zerbin for Visceral currently rounding out the top 10. I have seen a few penalties coming through. We've got Beckman has had 2 drive-throughs so far. Schwiderek, as the team car, has had a drive-through as well. So too is Meister for RNL Roar, as well as Porco for Gladius on a drive-through. And of course, the big news outside the top 5 now, down in 25th, it is Karekas, a drive-through served for them as well. No one ahead of them has served a drive-through as yet, but it is Imola, and the drivers do love those track limits. So we'll see how they get on. An hour and 39, we can jump on board with a couple of them, sneak a look at their stint timers. 10-second penalty for ORA for contact with Fisher Esport, lap 85, turn 15. So that's about 14-15 laps ago. So that's a 10-second penalty coming there. As Christian did say, the Williams team, another one under investigation there. The Williams team with the going for the early undercut. Certainly an interesting strategy. I mean, you're as well to try something with a 48-minute stint timer over the 270-minute race, 4.5 hours in total. Only 3 sets of tyres. Really ragdolling the cars there. I did wonder if we'd see a lot of tyre saving. It's going to have to. It's definitely going to have crossed the driver's mind, because it is getting a bit close to the edge. No fixed fuel timing. No fixed time on the fuel either. So the drivers, I'll have to wait and see. I'm not sure if they could just do a drive-through to reset the stint time if you fill up for the whole 2 stints and just melt it. I'm sure you can. Rotors, the 13-second gap still being maintained at the moment to Bastian Richter as he just goes past the car off track there, the 701. I think he was maybe just getting out of the way of the race leaders coming through. Sarkeesian for Simhaven. Yeah, he's just had a double yellow flag. Let's grab a quick replay. Yeah, so along the start-finish straight, making his way into turn number 1. He's on the inside. Right, okay, so he's just jammed on the brakes to let a few blue flags go through it. Not going full speed, so he comes up as a yellow flag. But he has, so that was blue flags that were going past him there. Luke Addison in 21st. He's just got the crazy fly car sliding his way through Aquaman Rally. Almost looked like there was water on the track there. A bit of dissatisfaction and a bit of light flashing there from Addison through the final chicane, and it is Makovkin. That was for position actually, so that was a full send there from Makovkin, actually taking that position. 36 degrees, you don't want to be exerting too much force on the tyres when you're double stinting them, but full commitment to the move there. We've got Sidoric behind them, very close indeed. Larenk not too far behind in that Bentley. Naldi is behind, and there is a blue flag in there as well, and that is Karekis just coming out of the last corner, down in 25th position still. Reuters, in fact, let's do a bit of cheating. So yeah, there we go. The race leader's got 13 minutes left of his stint. So he's going to be in with about 1:22 to go. So they're going to have 2 more pit stops. One in the last 20 minutes. Richter still in second. There's a confirmation of a penalty coming through for car 203. 5 seconds. These really are going to start stacking up for the drivers with such tight margins in the last stint. That's Porco for Gladius. Up some stationary time the next time he comes in to the pits. The other stint timer I wanted to have a look at. You can see it from this camera, excellent. So 18 minutes left, so he's going to be out for 5 minutes longer. So will be a very quick stop at the end, into the last 15 minutes. We'll see how much of a turnaround we're going to get there for the Williams team. Papin still looking for an overtake on Pertiel. The Bentley trying to find a way past the Aston at the minute, getting good exit out of the last corner and closing the gap pretty handily at the minute. No win for the drivers. Yeah, optimum at 36 has dropped a degree or two since I joined. Still nice and cosy. Steward in decision. Flyby Cryonics will get a 15-second penalty. There is a new penalty system being used for the series. Every penalty point is accumulated, and every penalty accrues a point. Once you reach 4 points, you will receive an extra 5-second time penalty. And every additional penalty will increase the time penalty. So once you reach 5 points, that's a 10-second penalty. If you then get another point, that's automatically a 15-second penalty. Currently Crazy Fly on 3 penalties in the race. A few cars on 1. Oplight got 2. So too do Dynamic Motorsports by Kalinch and Flyby Cryonics. That's them on 2 as well. Madcap also on 2 alongside the 258 for LFM. So a couple of cars sailing close to the wind as far as getting themselves some bonus points in the pit box. Let's see what the Bentley can do this time out with the last corner. Is looking quick, but Pertiel is going to get to that braking zone well ahead. Yep, going to be another lap as you were for these two. Another one as you were for Reuters, puts another second on the rest of the field. He's now coming up to a fair chunk of blue flags to make his way through. Let's see what we've got here. Zerbin for Visceral. Next car up the road, but yeah, he's got a 14-second gap back to the to Richter, so that's grown. So too the gap between Richter and Minar, now up to 6 seconds. Minar just making his way through some blue flags as well. The Bentley very much doing the same. That's the Crazy Fly car we saw get the overtake Makovkin on Addison not too long ago, so that gives us some perspective as to where Bernd is in the blue flag train. And there's a couple of trains behind. Shirat isn't too far behind this little group either, actually. He is definitely closing in as Magnani for Gladius comes into the pit. So they're going to come back out with about 90 minutes to go, so they'll be pitting just inside the 48-minute mark with their last pit. So yeah, that would be the penultimate pit window opening then, you would say. Because yeah, you come in now, when you come out you're going to have less than 48 minutes to do once you take your next pit stop. So yeah, they can start coming in. Rotters has got about another 10 minutes. He is staying out. He's getting a nice bit of slipstream from 39th there along that start-finish straight. That's going to pull him that little bit further ahead of Richter. He does have traffic ahead of him coming out of the last corner. Minar just coming through Ravazza himself. Still got that gap holding. Sharat is looking to close Papin as we've got more cars coming into the pits. Papin still looking for that overtake there, and Babin as well actually. Well, a quick look at that just as I was coming in. Oh, it was on screen certainly just as I was coming in to swap over with Christian. It's Babin and Kolosov. I think there was a bit of a bump between the two of them. They are still very close. Magnani for Gladius, he's just lost a lot of time there. Let's see. Oh, okay. It's popped up as a yellow flag because he was coming out with the pits. It does like to do that to us. So we'll drop that there and we'll bring that back up so we can see the penalties as they come in. Philip Minar's come into the pits. So Minar has come in. Shar has stayed out, so too has Larenk. Zerbin's done the same. Pertil coming out the last corner. Stewart's coming in. Ignoring blue flags and causing a collision. Zer 081. 5 second time penalty, ignoring blue flags and causing a collision on lap 92. So that's an extra 5 seconds for them to remain stationary. There is Minar on his way back out of the pit, so this will be his second stint. The drivers and the tyres all doing mandatory double stints. Rotters is out for another lap. Richter still on the still getting himself a bit of a slipstream from the. Sorry, he's starting to get slipstream from the car. That's Imola in 15th. Just pulls over and lets him spin on through. I'm sure Imola will be looking for a return favour. Kolosov for Armamentario bring their Audi into the pits. Papin now up to 10th without getting the overtake, but still looking for the overtake on Pertil. These two will be coming into the pits pretty soon as well. The track getting cooler, but certainly I'm sure the drivers would much prefer it below 30 degrees. Effectively just over 90 minutes they need to do on the same set of tyres. It's an interesting proposition. Rotors has caught up to another back marker. I'm sure that'll be the spots. That's Karakis, I believe. Oh no, it's not, sorry. Karakis 44. John Sharat has come into the pits. I'll find that Ferrari in a moment. But Sharat has come in. That's quite a few more cars coming in. Sargisian in. Vasquez Rodriguez for RNL Roar into the pits as well. Abeladze already on his way out for 255. So that's been a driver swap there. Rotors is still out. Lost track of that one. Yep, so Abeladze is taking over for Sharat. Rotor still out. Richter and Bernd now in third place with Samuel Schär up to fourth. Lawrence making his way up to fifth at the minute. Stubenraug is out for 255. He has taken over from Philip Minar with an hour and 28 to go. Trenetsky, he has just taken over as well. Oh no, sorry, Warner is still to come out as well, I believe. Babin now with a new target ahead of him after, and Imola getting very close to him once again after the blue flag's gone through. So yeah, second place Richter just making his way through. That's brought these drivers very close together. And there you can see the two on the front in that final chicane. But I do love to see a bit of Ferrari on Ferrari action. There we go, rear wing camera. The drivers all driving for those incredible prizes as well, thanks to the sponsors, Lian Lee. Confirmation there, no further action. Let's make sure that's coming up okay. Should be. As we see another car pulling into the pits, it's Babin this time, so that puts Imola up to 14th. We've got Rotars race leader into the pits, and that puts Richter, our on-track leader. Bernd has stayed out as well. Samuel Chardin just coming down out of Aqua Minerale, so he's still got Ravazza to go before he gets to the pit entry. Zerbin not too far behind. Stubenrauk freshly out of the pits and just coming at Aqua Minerale himself, so they're going to get right back in touch with the top three. And the race leader got himself some dense traffic now. Does have a bit more time on the clock, though. I believe we've got a 5-second penalty for Crazy Fly, unsafe rejoin and causing a collision on lap 97. So Crazy Fly, that was McCovkin. I believe we caught that one on stream. There is Rotars coming out of the pits. That might change. That might be a second stint. I will double check that as soon as we get through the first timing sector. But that is them back out PS Plus competition. Yep, it's Osterman behind the wheel. So they have had a driver swap. That's the Jardier car just behind them. They'll come back out in 4th place. With Richter then, he is coming around the last corner. I think he does have another lap, maybe 2. Yep, he is staying out once again, getting himself a cheeky bit of slipstream assistance along that start-finish straight. Bernd just coming through Ravazza. We've got an incident between Dum Dum and Dumber and Crazy Fly. Now that would have been the incident before the one that we saw. We did catch that one on stream, so that is under investigation on lap 100. The race leader's currently on 108. Bernd has just crossed the line as RNL Roarcar gets out the way for the on-track leader. The BMW, no traffic for them. LFM's Max Florent currently holding 5th with Zerbin now in 6th. Subin back at, he's come out of the pits in 7th place. Pertiel in 8th, and it's Visceral got 9th place at the moment, but more pit stops most definitely still to come. Abeladze out in the 255, currently in 10th. That's going to change again when we see more pits. There's Podens and Pozniakov both making their way out of the pits after another stop. RCI have got Martin Larenk just bringing the Bentley in. Opalite, I believe, in the pits as well. We've got TOP Dezan in the pits. Top Racing TV, let's see where they come back out. So it's all going to be changing over again. Let's have a look and see. Quite a few cars. There's Vasquez Rodriguez. They've had a few trips into the pits so far, so they'll be running for a bit longer, I think. We will see McCovkin coming in pretty soon, of course, with that extra penalty. Into the pits comes Pertiel, Ayamulo and Trinetsky looking close. Let's get a look at that one. Oh yeah, they are indeed. Oh, and he's really hit that curb in the Ferrari. That is some brave manoeuvring on that wheel. Trinetsky is the driver ahead of him. In the Mustang, manages to pull away out with turn number 4. Through the second chicane, the Ferrari looking a lot smoother through that chicane than it was on the previous one. Up the hill through Toza. That is a very good exit there by Ayamulo. Really is putting the pressure onto Trinetsky at the minute. We'll see how they look coming out of Aqua Minerale. Oh, and that was a bit of a wiggle on the way in. It's almost like a lock-up. So have a look away at the timing tower for 2 seconds, and yeah, he just drops off the back there. Polovchuk and Rasson swapping positions through the first chicane. Richter is still the on-track leader. Osterman now catching up to traffic ahead of them, but a lot of them will be coming into the pits soon. Santema is in the pits, so he's swapped with Addison. Singh comes into the pits for Visceral. The net leader of the race, BS Plus competition, now in the thick of things, furiously flashing the lights to try and get past. We've got an hour and 21 minutes to go, as you can see from the track map on the right. The track is completely full. So absolute game of cat and mouse and chess all rolled into one. Tonetsky is stationary in the pits. Makovkin moving up to 12th. Richter is out once more. Bernd in second, Shah running in third now. Osterman still got 4th place. And yeah, he's got a battle going on behind him actually, as the Porsche has got past the Honda. The Jardier car looking for a return move and does retake the position. The straight line Honda power absolutely keeping that spot. And out of that, so you'd think that would be the same, but yeah, the Porsche really did a number there, catching up. On the Honda, we've got Bausch there is the very Porsche I was looking for there, the PSR car, coming into the pits. Confirmation of a penalty coming up. I think that'll come through in a moment. Pryor comes into the pits as well. Dominic Cyprus is out for Fisher. Yeah, Fisher on Fisher. I did see a penalty being investigated between the two of them. They are running 41st and 42nd, so well down on where they qualified. Up at the front, somebody's come in, Zerbin. And so too... Oh no, sorry. Yeah, Richter is coming in. So Richter has come in. Bernd, let's see what he does. That'll put Samuel Shah. He's likely to be coming in as well, to be fair. And Osterman is Aqua Minerale at the minute. Bernd has stayed out. So Bernd stayed out. Richter is just pulling into his pit box at the minute. Samuel Shah coming through Alta. So too is Osterman. Still flashing his lights. That's Michael Frey, who's out in the Dynamics Porsche. BMW really is destroying the difference between the two of them. Jade Hutchinson takes the wheel for Visceral. That's him on his way out of the pits. Richter is stationary. Shah has stayed out. Osterman is coming along the start-finish line. He's surely going to blast past the Porsche now. He does indeed. In very neat fashion, and Richter's car is moving. We'll see who it is behind the wheel in a moment. It could be Grunwald or Hoban. That should update in a second. I'll keep an eye on that. We'll see what the gap is at to Osterman. Now saying about 15 seconds, so it does look like it's been a bit of a gain for Richter despite the traffic he came back out in. Of course, it does mean that there will be a big difference in when they take their final pit as well, so it's going to be an absolute sprint to the end. Abeladze in 6th with Florence stationary. Williams Rodriguez is going to be coming into the pits soon in 8th place, and followed in by the Bentley as well as Makovkin, in fact. So Makovkin comes in, Florence comes in as well. For LFM, in fact, they're on their way out. It is Tobias Grunwald who is behind the wheel of our championship leading car, currently sitting in 4th place. But Bernd is the other Bentley that was coming in, so one of the team cars. And yep, Bernd in, and Shah, I think the 3rd Nitro Concepts car, will come in on this lap as well. bang on cue. Jade Hutchison crosses the start-finish line as Rodriguez is stationary. Osterman will retake the lead of the race with an hour and 16 to go. Greenwald will go back up to second place. For Nitro, still a bit of a battle going on with Ragioli and 255 there. Let's see if we can grab that. More positions changing hands. Yeah, so that is Ragioli there. It's William Hendrickson who's out behind the wheel, just been overtaken by the 255 car. It's Rodriguez behind him. There is Rodriguez, the Williams car coming out now. We'll see again, we'll give it a couple of seconds and we'll see who it is behind the wheel. Schrepping with the yellow flag. I think that's him just coming back out of the pit. Santema with a white flag. He's just coming past someone on the pit line. It is Sotamuto that is behind the wheel for the Williams machine, and they've come back out in 20th position with an hour and 15 to go. 48 minutes on the stint timer, so they're going to have 27 minutes left on the race clock if they cut it right down to the wire. But yeah, they'll need to be in before 27 minutes left of the race for their final pit stop. Osterman is going to be a lot further than that. There is Karakis, made it back up to 9th place. So that is Visceral's number 44 into the pits from 10th. Again, not long left of the race when they need to take their last pit stop. It's going to be a grandstand finish, to say the least. We'll see who's Karakis got in the car with them today, and Campaniella. So we'll see which one of those, if any, takes the wheel. Rodriguez, 13th place there for him. Razone behind the wheel. The TRP car, he's got 12th position. Nikolai Polyakov is out for Armamentario, as we've seen in the Audi. It's Campaniella who is taking the wheel for Visceral from Karakis. And yeah, he can yeah, they all can put laps in the behind the wheel of that car. Pretty much the same can be said for all the cars. Sauer is out for one of the Alien cars. Filippi out for Gladius. Monique out for LFM. Jade Hutchinson back out for Visceral. Stephen out back up to third with Klinkmuller out for the second. We'll say, yeah, second Alien Nitro Concepts car. The lead one at the moment, of course, Grunwald is in the Nitro car. So we'll call this Alien 1. So yeah, Alien 1 got Klinkmuller. Could definitely be identified as an alien. Behind the wheel, so they're running in 4th place. Got 1.3 back to Abeladze. He's putting in some good laps since he come out of the pits, and that is going to get nice and close there, certainly from our perspective. Castorino and Polyakov, the Veloce and Armamentario drivers, looking to reignite the battle between the cars post pre-pit stop. Now continuing at post. Razone right in that slipstream there in 12th place. A bit of a juggling now. You really do need to pick your battles. You've got double stinting in the tyres, so yeah, it's a lot of rubber to be putting down over 248 minutes stints. 96 minutes in total, of course, with 35-degree track temperature, so it is very, very cosy. Good afternoon again, good evening, good morning, whichever part of the world you happen to be in, to everyone in the chat. Hope you're enjoying it so far. Hi and cheers, sponsors, great event. Yes, 992, best to find space in our race. Yes, not the easiest thing to do in a grid like this. That's the old 4D chess that has to be played to win an event like this, especially with these clever additions to the rules over stint timers and allowed tyre sets. Osterman and the team looking to continue their good work from the quali session last night. And they have themselves a 16-second lead now, so they've gained 3 seconds on Team Nitro since that last pit stop. Grunwald and the team will still stretch their lead out at the top of the standings because pre-race was their BLA and by Nitro Concepts teammates that are in second and 255 in third. So BS at the minute, they're sitting in 6th place. So the win will see them up a position or two over Williams, depending on where they finish, but certainly Nitro looking good to maintain the lead of the championship going into the next round. But still a long way to go at Imola before statements like that can be validated, that's for sure. Good laps from everyone out of the pits so far. Castorino certainly lighting up the timing, and Polyakov's rear mirror. In fact, let's get a look at his rear mirror. So through Tamburello onto the second part of the straight. The Audi always going to look good in a straight line, but Castorino certainly keeping him on his toes at the moment. And Abeladze, let's jump up there. He is really caught up to the back of Klinkmüller's Bentley. He's putting the pressure on. This is hunting down 4th position then for Abeladze, and he really is hunting them down at the minute. Some very quick laps he's been putting in. He was Abeladze was actually slower on the previous lap than Klinkmüller, but he's really closed in. That looked like a car. No, just some advertising board. Looked like a car off in the background there. It was not. Down into Aqua Minerale. Only 4/10 of a second separating these two, and Polyakov not far behind on track. He's not far ahead. Have we seen a car come into the pits? Sorry, Castorino and Polyakov. There we go. I'm looking in the wrong place. There we go. The two of them. They have stretched back out. Half a second gap there. Same as the gap between Abeladze. Those two just coming out with the last corner. Abeladze just coming out with the last corner as well. So into turn number 1, we'll see how Castorino and Polyakov get on first, and then we'll see the battle for 5th come into turn number 1, and it is advantage to the drivers in the slipstream. Not quite enough this time around for Castorino. Abeladze not able to make ground on the Bentley in a straight line either, unsurprisingly. He is definitely putting the absolute pressure on at the minute. Klinkmüller is going to have to be absolutely flawless if he's going to hold on to 4th position until the end of his stint. Hour and 9 minutes to go, and still a full round of pit stops to come. So another 43 pit stops we're going to see before the end of the race. We've got a yellow flag there for Jonas Rech. I think he's... yeah, just some kind of incident on the start-finish straight. A bit of a strange one to pop up. That is Jade Hutchinson. He's got a blue flag Porsche just ahead of him. Osterman certainly making hay while the sun shines still. Helping himself to some slipstream from the cars ahead. That's the Fisher Racing BMW that's pulling him along at the moment. Abeladze still being pulled along by Klinkmüller, and Rizone is right on the back of Polovchuk. Castorino still very close indeed. He really is keeping that pressure on. He's got a very good exit out of the last corner, but the Audi again just absolutely pulls away in a straight line, even with the slipstream. The Ferrari only right up at the braking zone starts to actually make any ground, and from there that is just a full send on a warm track, hot track, on a set of tyres that have got to do a lot of laps. It's absolutely not worth it, and especially with the penalty point system. You've got to keep it nice and clean. He needs to get it done through the twisty stuff. This is the best advantage he's going to have. Of course, Aqua Minerale, nice and twisty itself, but that chicane does come up very, very, very quickly. And as well as contact penalties, of course, drive-throughs for track limits, very much an ever-present threat at Imola. Absolutely not to be underestimated. Campagnella out for Visceral. They're 21st place, so they have made up a few more positions since their drive-through. see how many more they can get. They'll be desperate to get back inside the top 20 at least, I'm sure. Is that an overtake there, Lay? Oh, he does, Oplite. Yes, popping up the inside of Toza. Gets the job done there on Nyring. We're going to be close heading back down towards Aqua Minerale, but Oplite getting the job done there very handily indeed. Castorino not quite able to get it done yet. Yep, the Audi just defending exactly the right point every single time. Let's see what Osterman's doing up at the front. Hour and 5, plenty of blue flag traffic still, but he's back over the 16-second mark to Grunwald for Nitro, who again, plenty of traffic to deal with. Getting back up to the top end of the grid. Stephen Rout comfortably holding third at the minute. This battle between Clint Wheeler and Avaladze certainly helped to increase the gap to 15 seconds, although that certainly doesn't look like 15 seconds. Okay, sorry, yeah, different car in front of Clint Wheeler, same livery. And yeah, that is, it's Avaladze, of course. Ah, there we go. So yeah, Avaladze is still the closest driver in the top 10. Razone still trying to get past Polovchuk. Mitchell has caught up to Castorino. So with everything that's going on there, oh, and that's a 5-second penalty for 745 as well. I've left the penalty screen off. Let's put that back on so we can stay up to date. But yeah, Mitchell for Eau Rouge. Well, he's caught up in the Mustang, and he's brought Muto for Williams with him as well. This could be a big leap up the standings for the Williams team. The Mercedes going for that big uppercut. Look how much more pace he's able to take into that corner. It's so much quicker on the brakes, and it's no surprise, to be fair, the lap times between Muto and Mitchell, to be fair, are absolutely night and day. And in fact, Mitchell, Castorino and Polyakov all lapping in the 1 minute 41.6s, Muto 1 minute 40.7, so almost a second a lap quicker than the three cars directly ahead of him, and he is going to be on fresher tyres. Just as I say that, no. Castorino's out on a fresh set because he's just come out of the pits, so is Polyakov. Right, okay, so they're all, yeah, on the... but then they might still be using the previous... Yeah, we'll not worry about whose tyres are better because there's no way for me to track that. Let's worry about what is happening on track though, and it is the Williams car looking to get back into the top 15. We've got a yellow flag from Zimbel. I think he just slowed to let some blue flags through there. Castorino and Polyakov leading the train at the minute, but you've got to wonder for how long. We've got an hour and 4 left to go. Razone still trying to get past Polovchuk, and Muto right on the back of Mitchell, and that might be, no it's not. Mitchell has gone from the hunter to the hunted, was looking at a potential double position overtake as these two squabble, and still squabble through Aqua Minerale there. Both cars just having a bit of a moment, and the start of the ascent, and that's brought these two back in. But certainly Mitchell going to be looking a lot more in his rear view mirror now than he was a lap and a half ago, and that Mercedes badge looming ever larger. Castorino still putting the pressure on Polyakov, but he knows that he needs to get the move absolutely spot on, because if he goes side by side, it's going to bring one of these two cars, and I do say one of these two cars because the Mercedes might be getting it done out with the last corner. Good exit in the slipstream. Mustang versus Mercedes, and it is the Mercedes that's got the power. He's going to pull out as late as he can, just as we're getting past the pit entrance to go, pit exit to go side by side. The Mercedes does launch himself into 15th, 16th, 17th position. I'm getting a bit ahead of myself here, but I'm sure Muto is already eyeing up those 2 spots ahead. Gets it done very nicely indeed, and in fact we do like the bonnet cam on the Mercedes. So that is what he is now hunting down. He's just got a very good move done on the Eau Rouge car. He's now chasing the battling 2 ahead, Castorino and Polyakov. They have been as is since coming out of the pits. The Mercedes Yep, I'm going to bet on a cheeky little double here. Certainly got the pace again, moving about a second a lap quicker than these three cars. When he's in clear air, and he's got a little bit of clear air there to catch up. Abeladze, we'll keep an eye there. That one's still underway. Where is Abeladze gone? There we go. Couldn't see him for looking. They are in fact just catching up onto the back of this battle. So the Williams teams are making positions, but the race leaders are catching up and overtaking. So these last pit stops are going to be extremely interesting. That's a lot of slipstream there for Abeladze getting pulled along behind the Bentley and the Mustang. It's going to be the Mustang that moves over. The Bentley sails through, and I think, yep, Abeladze is going to get past as well. So that is the Williams car ahead of them. Some dust being kicked up by the two in front of the Williams machine. Castellino and Polyakov are now going to be very popular with quite a few of the cars. There is blue flags waving, so battle for position. The Mercedes will certainly use this to his advantage to close the gap to the two ahead. He is looking for that overtake, and well, there you go. Pulls over and lets the big lift there, lets the two of them through. Yeah, I suppose, yeah, banking on the cars ahead, doing something similar, which I think they will. It won't be long before the caught up. Mito certainly keeping pace with Abeladze and Klinkmuller overall. So you would fancy him from here to navigate his way past the Audi and the Ferrari that have been absolutely nose to tail now for quite a few laps since coming out of the pits. And that's a big list of data, so we'll leave that one alone. Into Ravazza we go, and already the Bentley is right on the back of these drivers. Right across the start finish, that is a solid train of cars past the pit entrance. Yeah, blue flag, so I think these two, or at least one of them, yeah, there we go. The Veloci car moves over, and the Audi does get there first, so that puts Klinkmuller right in the middle of the two of them with, the 255's Abeladze. He is not wasting any time at all. Gladius in fifth, are a fair bit down on this battle, but it will still help them a bit, you would say, because they're not all lapping at their quickest at the moment. The Williams car now looking for the overtake then. That's worked well in his favour as through Tosa. We see the Armamentario car moving over to let Klinkmuller through, so he is now ahead of this pack, but we've got Polyakov and Castorino now being fully hunted down by Muto for that position. So Muto, as soon as the race leaders or the blue flag cars went through, right on to the back of Castorino, and we're going to check back with Abeladze, who's now right on the back of the Audi, so he's going to get past there on the way out of Aquamina Rally, and that puts those two through and brings these three right back into one another's clutches once again. Muto, Castorino and Polyakov managed to let those two through, did not skip a beat. Although it's definitely swung in the favour of the Mercedes. I'm going to look up the inside on the way into Ravazza. It was certainly a bold attempt at a move. He's got more pace than the Ferrari in a straight line. Maybe could have been better holding those brakes just a bit more and looking for the exit. Yeah, love the sound of the engine bouncing off the pit wall. Here comes the Mercedes. Don't think he is going to get very close indeed, but I don't think he's going to get close enough to try this into turn number 2. Yeah, just getting out the slipstream to get into the braking zone. The Veloci car throws itself furiously on. That's a good exit there. The Audi not getting the power down. The Veloci car absolutely doing so, though. Castorino gets right back under that rear spoiler, and the Mercedes needs to close the gap once again. Solid battle between these two, I tell you. It's been absolutely incredible driving between Castorino and Polyakov. To be this close for this many laps is an absolute testament to the two of them and how clean that their driving has been. Muto will look to take advantage of that though. It's stuck. There we go. Oh, right. Did someone say track limits? I think it's like the old Roadrunner cartoons. I think as soon as someone hands the drivers the book on the track limit, yeah, so just don't do it. We're well into the final hour, and of course we're going to see pit stops right up to about 27 minutes left to go, potentially even 25 minutes left to go of round number 3 of the International Endurance Series by Lian. Lee, €2,500 for... sorry, €3,200 for the winning team. So all to play for. It might only be round 3, but it is race 14. Don't forget, plenty of racing action to go back and watch from the previous round, which was 12 20-minute races. 4 cars, 3 tracks, and a whole lot of server hopping for the very excitable commentary team. Because yeah, it was an absolute barn burner, every single one of the races, quite literally in some of them. We've got the B-Alien by Concepts, the Alien by Nitro Concept, B-Alien. I can say Purple Burglar Alarm, but that team name does tend to catch me out somewhat. So apologies to them, but we will certainly try and correctly capture this attempted overtake on board with the Bentley. They've got Gladius Filippi ahead of him, and the Bentley putting in some very good laps compared, well, not that Filippi's putting in bad laps, but Silla is going just that little bit quicker lap on lap and has masterfully closed the gap. Sherepinen has just set the fastest lap of the race. Track temperature down to 34 degrees, that didn't pop up on my screen fully, but yeah, that's Sherepinen with the fastest lap of the race, and he is now caught up, in fact, to the back of Muto. Wow. What a battle. This is turning out to be fastest car on the track. Reagan Mitchell has been dragged back into this one as well, and Zimbal for Gladius. Look at the training cars he's got ahead of him. 123 laps into this, and the battle for 15th through to 20th is absolutely on a total knife edge here. And in fact, it's the Armamentario car got a bit of breathing space as Sherepinen going for a move on Muto, and I tell you what, I think he's got it done. It's going to be a straight drag race between the Aston and the Mercedes, although the Mercedes on the inside line was getting the slipstream there. The Ferrari's moved over, so that's been given a bit of slip to the Aston, who's going to get to the braking zone first, and I think he's going to get the move done. He is. Into turn number 2, Sherepinen taking the fastest lap and taking 17th position from Muto. Let's see what happens now with Castorino and Polyakov. These two managed to stay in the same positions after all the dust settles here. It is absolute kudos and a testament to the driving ability. Down in 15th and 16th, absolutely on a knife edge. Not so much up at the front. Grunwald still in second place with Stubernack in third, and it is Osterman 15 seconds ahead, so has lost a little bit of time over this stint, but a second, but still got a 15-second gap, so we'll be happy with that, I'm sure. As we come through Aqua Minerale, this is Polyakov, and that is Sherepinen just peeking his nose out behind the Veloce Ferrari, coming into Variante Alta. So much violence with those curves, and the Aston Martin, look at the kick he got on the corner exit. He's going to be side by side before they're barely getting down the hill, and he's got the nose in front into Ravazza. That is position to Sherepinen, so much better on the brakes, the Aston, than the Audi, and he really is making this stick. Is this the key that Muto needs to unlock the Polyakov and Polyakov and Castorino equation? No, because he comes into the pits. So they're going to need to come back into the pits with 4 minutes to go. Oh, and the Aston Martin not wasting any time into turn number 2, says thank you very much. Wow, absolutely sails through there like they were standing still. And it looks like I will be eating my hat because, and my shoe, whatever else, because these two have stayed in exactly the same position, although Castorino is looking closer than he ever has done, and they're going to be side by side going towards toes, and Audi goes full defensive out into the middle line. The Armamentario car hugging that inside potential cutback. Any potential cutback ideas cut short there as out through turn number 8 and towards Aquaman and Rally. Yet again, Polyakov and Castorino within a couple of tenths of a second. We've also still got a Sauber right on the rear spoiler of Felipe for that 6th position. So still very close up there, but Shrepinen and Polyakov is absolutely where the action's at, and they are going to go side by side. And it looks like Castorino has had enough of the status quo. He's going to make a move. I tell you what, nice defensive work there by the Audi. Oh, they're going to go side by side. He's gone off track. He's bounced and he's lost the position, has he? As the Eau Rouge car ends up wildly off track there out of turn at number 13 and down the hill. It looks like Castorino might finally get this one done. No, he won't, because Audi's got the inside line. He's hard on the brakes. Is there a cutback available? Oh, there might be out of the last corner again. He's going for it. Or he's going for it again, this time out with the last corner. Not able to get the job done. The Audi absolutely hanging on. Let's see if we can grab ourselves a bit of a replay of some of that action. Well, there's been so much going on. Yeah, so through Aquaman and Rally, you can see that Audi not really able to get it done on the brakes. The Ferrari really jamming on those anchors as late as possible. Gets the front wheel alongside the back wheel. Action in the background then. We might actually catch sight of what happened to the Eau Rouge car. Bit of door banging there, in fact. Oh, yep, the Eau Rouge car suffering the same fate there, it would seem. Down the hill, so much punch through the air for the Audi. Manages to get back to the way it was just before that corner entry. They fired their way into Ravazza. The Ferrari really nimble and tries for that cutback, but the Audi says no thank you, that would be my corner exit. I'll be holding on to this one, please. And these two continue their battle once again. We've got 50 minutes left. Osterman has got 12 minutes left of his stint. So at the latest there'll be 37 minutes left of the race when he comes in to the pits. Grunwald, his is still on his... Yeah, it's not the easiest to see. There you go, we turn it right here. 19 minutes left of his stint. Thank you very much. Steering wheel, Steven Rauk. Yeah, we'll not go through all the stints, but yeah, the race leader, we know how long he's got. So 37 minutes left at the latest. He'll be back in. So that'll be well within the final limit. Yeah, the cars can basically come in as soon as that clock hits 48 minutes. Any driver that comes back out will be considered on their final stint. I don't think we're going to see anyone coming in quite that early. We might though. We did see the Williams car again. That one has confused me, although now that I'm saying that out loud, it could potentially be. I've missed that penalty as well. Stop go 10 second and the stop go 30. Right, okay, so that was for a penalty. So it was for a penalty for the Williams car. I'm going to refresh that. Crazy Fly can confirm, in fact, they have reached the 5-point mark. So they will get a mandatory 10 seconds on any penalty that they receive. Oh, sorry, they've reached the 4-point mark. They've gone up to 5 points. So they will see an increase in their penalties should they accrue any more points. We have had another driver swap actually. Nietert has come out for LFM. Out in 26th place. Sorry, it's been out for a while. My apologies. Hutchinson is the car behind there. Shrepinen, the Crazy Fly car in question, with those penalties, running in 15th. I've got the fastest lap of the race. Would anyone believe me if I said that Castorino and Polyakov We're right next to one another. Zimbel for Gladius. Certainly grateful that are. He is catching up nicely to this battle. Let's see if he can be the driver to help Castorino unlock the Polyakov equation. No changes there so far. And the positions gain is somewhat broken. Yeah, Podius and Polovchik are both up. Rozone losing positions to both of those drivers. Sherepinin making up 8 with that slightly earlier pit stop. Polyakov still running where he was out of the pit. Zimbel up 1 as well. It's Mitchell for Brabham Eau Rouge that's lost a couple of spots, but he is not far behind Zimbel, closing in on the ever-present Castorino and Polyakov. Barr is still out as well. Franginio out for Top Racing TV. He's just been blue flagged there. Petzold out for DYU. He's got some good lap times under his belt as well. Neathert is looking quick. Muto with a white flag. Where is Neathert? There he is there. He's catching up to Prina for another one of the Gladius cars. This one a Ferrari. So some Ferrari on Ferrari action for the LFM team. Through the final chicane we go. That's so we're well inside the last 48 minutes now, so anyone that does come into pits, that will be them to the end of the race. And speaking of that, Zimbel does come in. So that's Zimbel for Gladius that we were just on board with. That's them lost a couple of positions instantly as you expect, and a few more. So close is the grid. The leaders on 130. Their average lap of the rest of the cars about 128. As Neathert goes past Premia. As more cars are in and out, and that's Osterman in fact. Oh no, this Osterman, it's the other BS Plus car, sorry, that is just behind, but Osterman is not too far behind. To be fair, he has been absolutely unhindered by the traffic. 15.7 seconds, so it's fairly equilibrious laps that are being put in by the top 2 cars. Stubenrauk 7 seconds down, so he's lost about a second and a half over the stint so far. Not too shabby against these drivers in these conditions with the tyre regulations, that's for sure. Sauer still trying to get his way past Felipe and Razone and Polovchik as well. For all the battling that we've watched with Polovchik and Castorino, these two as well have been fairly closely engaged with one another for the majority of this stint. We'll see if the pit stops make any changes to the arrangement that these two have. Campaniella in fact is caught up to the back of Mitchell for Visceral since serving their drive-through. They have made back a few positions, that's them back up to 19th with some of the pit stops taking place. But certainly Campaniella, his laps fairly comparable with the drivers further up the grid, so this could be a couple of quick overtakes here, although it is Muto that is ahead of him. Well, the Williams car has been tough going in this competition so far. Where am I? Why am I not seeing the Williams car? Malinowski is out for the Jardier car. We've got Ben McConnell out as well. Petzold just going past it. Newton coming in for the flyby Cryonics team. So still a lot changing. There is Muto. He's in 30th position. After coming out of the pits, Frey a fair bit behind them. So to Gladius, more cars coming in. Felipe exiting the pits. We'll give that a second and see if it is Felipe still behind the wheel. It could be Marco Lome. I think it will be Felipe though. Stubenhout comes in to the pits. 42 minutes left for him. When he comes back out, Campaniella then making some more position. Sherepinen in 14th, Abe Santema in 19th position as Hendrickson in the pits. Dreschler comes past the start-finish line as well. He's got a couple of laps before he needs to come in at the pits. Near could make up a couple more positions here as well. Did I see another car? Yep, Vasquez Rodriguez for RNL Roar coming in for their final planned pit stop. Stubenhout back out 6th place. So we'll see if it is Stubenhout or if it is Sam Gaskell that's behind the wheel. It was Sam that set their quali time in the split session last night. 3 10-minute qualifying sessions to decide the running order for today's race. They came into the pits from 3rd. 7 seconds down on 2nd place. Stubenhout back out. It does look like it's going to be Stubenhout finishing the race. Polovchuk comes in. So there is Polovchuk for Gladius. The right Mercedes comes into the pits. Rodriguez goes past, so too does Sherepinen. Osterman not got long left on his stint clock, about 3 minutes, 4 minutes left. But can of course come in any time he wants. There's confirmation on the left. Polyakov in the pits. Polovchuk comes into the pits, so that'll be him and Castorino separated. Until they come back out of the pits, I'm sure. Then they'll be right back on top of one another. Hutchinson is looking for an overtake on Maneke, in fact. These two Ferraris dueling out as Abeladze comes into the pits. Abeladze from inside the top 5 comes in. 40 minutes they'll have left to do on their double stinted tyres. Yeah. Oh, and Williams will still be, so they won't have to. Yeah, that was a penalty that Williams served, so they won't have to come in with 5 minutes left. I don't think, but yeah, I think by 25 minutes we'll have seen. With 25 minutes left to go, everyone should have been in and out of the pits. Let's see what Hutchinson can do here. Ferrari on Ferrari action. Oh, and there's been a bit of contact there. He's completely unsettled the LFM car. That is some incredible handling power there by Maneke. That was a big old wobble there. And Hutchinson backing right out of it, the slipstream. Catching both of the drivers out, it's safe to say, and almost sending the LFM car into the wall. But phenomenal holding there by Maneke. That was a fair bit of power through the force feedback there, I would bet. Polovchuk for Gladius. They've come out of the pits right behind Abe Santema for Dumb, and Dumber. Quality team name. It would be interesting to find out from the team who's who. Because there is 3 drivers. So if anyone does know, actually, we've got Luke Addison, Abe Santema and Cody Sherratt. So if anyone knows which one's dumb, which one's dumber and which one's dumberer. Is that the team name? I'm sure it is. Then yeah, please do feel free to pipe up in the chat. Was it something that was decided amongst the team? Asking for a friend. But the minute, yep, we've got Polovchuk behind them. 18th position. Castorino is back out for Veloce. He's got Mitchell just behind him. Campaniella still hunting them down. Razone and Podins slightly further up the field. Abeladze is back out. He is in 6th place with Stubenhout in 5th position at the moment. That'll change, of course, when Sauer and Klinkmuller come in to take their final pit stop. Grunwald comes past the pits for another lap. Has he got the window wipers on? He does. Absolute speed hacks there as Grunwald using the window wipers to cut through the slipstream. That is how you get quicker, kids. You heard it here first. Osterman, the race leader, comes into the pits again. This will be the final pit, and he ran it right to the end of his stint. I did say with 37 minutes left to go, he'll be in the pits. Then there's 38. Klinkmuller has, of course, stayed out. Grunwald did 4 or 5 laps. after Osterman's last pit. Osterman coming back out, Sauer coming down to Vatsa, so Osterman's going to come back out in 3rd place with only Klinkmuller ahead. That is some incredible pace. That is, yeah, it's very good. It's very good. Rotors, I did see Najuk's in the car earlier on, so I think it is Osterman back out for his 2nd stint, because Rotors has been out as well. Podins brings his car out of the pits as Nyring comes in to the pits. There's going to be some fast and furious pit lane action, that is for sure. Stevenreich still hanging on to 5th position quite comfortably, and that is going to be back up to 3rd after the next round of pit stops. So it's all about that dash sprint now to the end on some well-worn tyres. Santema and Mitchell, no sorry, Santema and Campagnella with Polovchuk on the back of this battle. All of these drivers fighting for solid positions here. 15th place is the position that Santema is holding. Ooh, and that's a good exit by the 2 Ferraris ahead. Polovchuk not quite able to keep up. Santema fending off the advantages of what looks like a damaged car. It does look like the Ferrari is being chased by Campagnella for Visceral's got a bit of damage. That might just be a glitch. It might be repaired. It might not. It certainly doesn't seem that way with how close he's managing to drive at the minute. Polovchuk very close once again. This could be game on for the Mercedes along the start-finish straight if he can keep this nice and neat, and it's not because Santema comes into the pits, so that does leave Polovchuk and Campagnella to duel it out through turn number 1 and then at the heavy braking zone of turn number 2. Let's see what he can do. How close is he going to get? Get sent to the inside line. Not close enough. So yeah, good solid drive there by Campagnella to hold on to that position. Castorino has got the race net race leader going past him. I say net race leader because we've still got the 2 cars ahead. Grunwald was 16 seconds down when Osterman came into the pits. I do think he's still got a couple of minutes left. Let's he's got 4 minutes left of his stint with a 1 minute 40 lap time, so he's got plenty of time to come in another 2 laps if he wants, just like he did in the last round. So that's going to bring him to within the last 30 minutes of the race timer around at number 3, and it will, if it stays as is with the running order, it will give Nitro the lead of they'll maintain, sorry, the lead of the International Endurance Series by Lian Li going into the next round, which is the Nürburgring 2x4. 4 hours of the Nürburgring on Saturday, and then day 2, 4 hours of the Nordschleife in the rain with a full reverse. Top 15 being reversed. So absolutely make sure you get yourself tuned in for that. Razone and Mitchell both coming in to the pits. 33 left on the clock. Schrepperen still holding the fastest lap with the track temp down to 33 degrees. Klinkmuller is still in 2nd place. Jahid Hutchinson finds himself in the top 10 with some pit stops still to go. We've got Polyakov with a white flag. Oh, and they're at Polyakov finding himself a new battle now. That is the Dynamics car of Petzl just ahead of him. Oh, stop go. Right, Polyakov Armamentario had a stop go 30-second penalty. Right, okay, so that's why they're down in 30th position then. So Castorino can certainly breathe a sigh of relief. Regan Mitchell exiting the pits. As you can see there, that yellow flag indicating that. And he's out of the pit lane. Polyakov is certainly not out of the wars though. He has been the hunted for the majority of his previous stint, and it looks like he's going to be the hunter this time against Petzl's McLaren. So we'll see what he can do on offensive duties. We've got Grunwald just making his way through this lap, I think. He might chance his luck and go for one more after this. I do think this will be the one that he comes in. Doesn't want to take too many chances, you wouldn't think. It's still going to be a solid second place. Of course, these drivers looking for the race win at all costs. Final countdown, here comes the move. Where there's an R8, there is a battle. Can't get away from an R8 easy. This is very true. This is very true. But yeah, who we cheering on as well, by the way? Anyone got any favourites? Anybody want any on-board laps with any of the car? Any teams we want to have a nosy of? Give me a shout in the chat and let me know. I know we've got quite a few viewers in the chat. We've got it joined with the German channel. So hello to everyone across both platforms. And on... my goodness me. VCO. That one really escaped me there. Apologies, VCO. We're on the VCO channel as well. So welcome into everyone on there. That really was a struggle for me there. Apologies. V's in the teams, but there we go. On-track leader Grunwald into the pits. Klinkmuller stays out, as was with the previous pit stops. And as with previously, Osterman coming through the final corner as Grunwald's car is stationary. There is the Veloci car of Castorino coming in for their final planned pit stop. 30 minutes left, so we are fast approaching the mark I thought we would see. Yep, because there's Ben O'Connell's car coming back out as well. The cars are sneaking in and out left, right and centre. Castorino is in, and Grunwald is back out again. He too has come back out in third place. That's Osterman ahead of him, and of course Klinkmuller on track leader with a bit of lap to go maybe. And then he will be coming into the pits as well. Sauer in fourth, Stubenrauk in fifth position. Ooh. Oh, and that's a big spin. That is a big spin there. Is that petrol? It is. Let's have a look at that, because that was some of the cars up the field. So he's maybe just trying to get himself out of the way here. The on-track race leader and the Audi closing up on him. Oh yeah, no, he's just bounced off those curves. Oh, and he's hit the Bentley. He's hit the car in second place on the side panels there. The joys of endurance racing. Wow, my words really are failing me at the moment. Apologies. But yeah, the joys of endurance racing. Anything can happen anytime. Sherepinen coming at the pits. Monique coming into the pits. Klinkmuller is coming in as well, so that's going to put Osterman already back into the lead of the race. There's Grunwald going back into second. It's going to be Sauer going up to third place, and will we see Yes, we will see Stubenrauk go up to fourth. Abeladze is going to have to be contented with sixth place here, I think. The Bentley straight in and out again. Stubenrauk on the start-finish line. Klinkmuller hasn't been released as yet. Where is Stubenrauk? Yep, he's passed. Sauer is into the pits. Here comes Abeladze out of the last corner, so he will still be behind Klinkmuller. And Stubenrauk is back up to third position for 255. 28 minutes left to go as Osterman now got a 9.8 second lead, so he's lost time. Okay, that is a 6 second drop in the gap. That is significant, it is safe to say. Now this might just be exiting the pits, but yes it is. Apologies. It did show yellow flag, so I did wonder, but no, that is just straight up action from the drivers. Podins coming in and out of the pits. Malinowski for Jardier having a bit of a moment there off track. Yeah, flashed these lights there with the Bentley as well. So not happy with something that's going on there. And in fact, let's have a looky and see. Nope, again, thrown under the bus. That is his pit exit. So going off track didn't trigger a yellow flag, but the pit exit did. Superb. Osterman then 9 seconds ahead of Grunwald with less than 30 minutes to go of round number 3 of the International Endurance Series by Lian. We've got a couple more penalties coming through as well. Just see if I can update that. Hopefully that starts working. Just having a quick scan down. Crazy flying 3. Flyby Chronic still on 3 penalties. Most of the teams, quite a few on 0, a few on 1, and a couple on 2. So some very clean driving over the race so far. It's been over 4 hours. Of course, all the drivers double stinting themselves and the tyres. Just to make it that little bit more interesting. The track temperature has been close to 40 degrees. We're still above 30 in the closing 25 minutes. And we've still got some battles to be decided. Schreppinen with the fastest lap out of the pits in 19th position. The Williams car suffering a drive-through, so that's dropped them out the top 20, but it is BS Plus who took pole position in qualifying, and they've got the lead of the race by 9 seconds over championship leading Nitro Racing. They've got Grunwald behind the wheel with 255 chasing them down, and I'm just going to check. Yeah, they did qualify in the top 3 as well. We're going to leave the penalty screen on because we do need more info for that. Klinkmuller, despite that little bump he took in the side, has come back out of the pits in 4th place, and he's got a 14-second gap back to Abeladze. Sauer a further 21 seconds down, with Felipe now 4.5 seconds back, so he is closing up and got a decent gap now over Hutchinson. The two of these were pretty close during the previous stint, so not too bad at all for both of them. Polovchuk looking to get himself involved in some more overtaking action. He's hunting down Rizone at the minute for a spot in the top 10. Schreppinen going quicker than Mitchell. Campaniella just out of the pits. Decent outlap, to be fair. 17th place, 24 minutes left to go. So I think that is pretty much everyone going to have been in and out for their plan. We might see some late outliers. Mito, yeah, so penalty, and they've not long been in. Osterman with 3. Flyby Cryonics, and RCI Esports is now under investigation. That would push the Cryonics team onto 4 points, which would give them an extra 5 seconds of penalties. That could be huge in the finishing results with how close some of these cars still are. There was a battle just popped up there as well. Dressler is behind Meter in the standings. Well, it's not who he's behind on track. It is Miedin, sorry, who is looking to get past Dressler at the moment. Meter a bit up the road, but it is the Flyby Cryonics team. They are currently under investigation, so this overtake, and in fact I think it is the team. No, it's not, sorry. That is from much earlier. What one? A lap 143 for the race leaders. There's a whole lot of racing being done. Only 22 minutes left to go. Mirian is looking close. Polovchuk definitely closing that gap on 10th place. That's down to a second. I want to check here though. Grunwald, the gap there, 10 seconds now. So that has gone back in the favour of Osterman. Polovchuk pulling up a white flag through Aquaman rally there. Not able to get past the zone at the moment. Podens is a little bit down on that one. That is one of the LFN cars from further down the grid. Tipach behind the wheel for them. 34th place. Looking to bring it home and get themselves some points. Points all the way down to 49, so all the teams will receive important points this evening. Mitchell, I think, has just been overtaken by Sherepinen. He has indeed, so Sherepinen getting the move done there. Terrible rear spoiler cam, so let's jump on to the Brabham Eau Rouge car. But that is Sherepinen. It's not got the fastest lap of the race, it's still sitting at 33 degrees. Double stint in the tyres, the drivers won't be overly keen to push too hard in the closing stages, not with it being as close as it is. Osterman will be more than grateful of the gap that he's got. Gives him a little bit of space to play with. Can't take it too easy, but doesn't have to be absolutely pushing it to hold on to what he's got. Fly by Cryonics. Still looking for a move on Dreschler. Both of them making it nicely through that final chicane. But right on the edge, already seen a couple of drive-throughs for track limits, and in the closing stages I wouldn't be overly surprised if we see more. Vasquez Rodriguez down at 33rd, already served 2. So definitely not what we would be looking for in any race, let alone an endurance of this length. Keep it nice and close to the wall. Osterman, how close is he? In fact, let's keep an eye on Polovchuk. Apologies, bear with me a moment or two, need a very quick pit stop myself. Back any moment. Let's go then, the last 18 minutes, and we have Sherepinen catching up to Campaniella, looking to take some late positions. Still got, of course, that fastest lap of the race so far. That's going to hold them in good stead points-wise. Yeah, 289 gaining a second a lap on 254. Oh, and I tell you what, look at the pace that he's got there, and absolutely nothing in that once again, not even a competition as Sherepinen fully unleashed in the Aston Martin makes that move very nicely indeed, up to 17th position for him. Campagnella now in 18th place. Pavlovchik and McConnell. There we go, yeah, Pavlovchik and McConnell. Yeah, I would think, yes he is, yeah, at least 6/10 a lap he's making on McConnell at the moment. So yeah, that one is definitely on the cards. Castorino closing up on Hendrickson for Raggioli. This is another one that could see some entertaining overtaking attempts in the closing stages. The top three do look like they're pretty settled, and they will be enjoying it at the minute up there. 22 seconds back, Klinkmuller in fact, 5 seconds on Stubenrauch. And he is actually going a bit quicker, or has gone a bit quicker on the last couple of laps. Stubenrauch, he's got lots of traffic ahead of him, so of course Klinkmuller will as well, but he is not far down. In fact, he's just gone under the 5-second mark. So that final podium position might be up for grabs, as Castorino has got an absolute worldie of an exit out of the last corner. He wiggles in the slipstream, he gets sent to the outside line. I think he is going to go for this one. Oh no, oh yeah, he is. Slightly clumsy, oh, a bit of a bump on the way out to get him going again. So yeah, aided by his opponent, he does get that one done. Henderson giving him a bit of a tap on the way out there, slingshotting him off Medwin. Still looking to get past Dressler, not being able to do so so far. The Aston reigning supreme in a straight line at the minute. It seems to be going to have another crack at it into turn number 2. And oh no. Yeah, no, Aston got him on the brakes as well. And they are going to stay as you were. Neater just with a bit of a white flag, so those two are close. We did have, I did want to check again on Stubenrauch, 4.3, so this is definitely going in Klinkmuller's favour. Let's see, Stubenrauch on this lap crosses the line and sets a 42.3. Klinkmuller with a 41.6. So that is another 6/10 of a second that he's gained. It's going to get close between these two, and Grunwald has actually found the second on Osterman. 14 minutes left to go. I'll tell ya, it really isn't decided yet, is it? Yeah, he's about half a second quicker, so could potentially get close, but then getting the overtake is certainly another trick entirely. The all-important tyre management coming into play. Do you push for the potential? Is a bird in the hand really worth two in the bush? Are the drivers willing to push that extra bit, or yeah, just bring home the points that they've got after a very strategically run race? Medwin still trying to get past Dressler. We've still got 43 teams out on track. Franz and Neil with a tough race so far. No penalties, just picking up some damage down in 43rd. They will still pick up points though. With Fisher Racing, they've got one of the cars in 41st, another one in 42nd. Manika is out as well for 081. Then it's Madcap. A couple of penalties for those cars. See them down the grid. Quite a few of these cars with penalties and drive-throughs. In fact, 2 for Rezovsky's car so far. Oh, Nyring with a white flag. Sorry, jumped up the order a bit there. Just the PSR car. Rezovsky, as I mentioned, Eon out. Don't worry, he's got, yeah, Stubenrauch just behind him, so very close. Still right through the field. and on track. Muto out for Williams is where we were looking for, 31st position at the minute. Oh, Medwin goes past Dressler. Oh, they're going to go side by side down into Ravadze. He's later on the brakes and he gets it done. There was a bit of contact between the two of them through the final chicane, but it does look like Medwin finally manages to get that overtake done. We'll see if Dressler can use the Aston speed advantage along the start-finish straight to try and get something done into turn number 2. Just as the track temperature drops again, so yeah, it's definitely going to stay above 30. The Aston really comes a cropper through that first chicane, bouncing over the curves, bounces off track, and that is Medwin with a clean overtake and a good run off into the distance. Grunwald and Osterman once again separated by 9 seconds, so it's gone back up. Klinkmuller though really is on a charge at the minute. The gap to Stevenrich now under 4 seconds. The gap in lap times on that last lap there, certainly a lot closer, 2/10 of a difference, but it is another 2/10 in Klinkmuller's favour, so Stevenrich will be hoping for some more traffic-free racing, but I do think he's got, yep, a couple of cars not too far ahead, and just as he gets out of Toza, we will see the Bentley appear down the hill. So yep, that is going to be an interesting closing 10 minutes. Again, it's one thing to catch up to the car ahead. It's another thing entirely to actually get the overtake done. There is that blue flag car in between them. Polovchuk starting to lose a bit of pace now to Razone. Tyre management has been magnificent for Razone so far. And it looks like it's working in his favour as the Gladius Mercedes, some blue flags around them as well, unsurprisingly. Blue flags everywhere, it's like a parade. With the Gladius car just dropping off the back. So yeah, they're going to have to wait on a mistake, or they really are going to have to push those tyres for the last 10 minutes if they're going to see an improvement in their position. Mitchell is still behind Campaniella, but is going a bit quicker. It does look like Campaniella has got a bit of damage, but certainly on that last lap, Mitchell almost half a second quicker. And the two of them are only 7/10 of a second apart on this lap, so we'll see what they look like on the way out of Ravazza. I haven't seen any more penalties pop up on my screen. Hopefully I haven't missed any. 48-minute stint timer we've got for this one. Oh, Mitchell now within 3/10, so he was another 4/10 quicker on that last lap there. The Mustang certainly looking to gallop past the Italian Stallion as soon as possible. So the Stallion versus the Mustang, we'll see how it plays out. Oh, so much smoother through that second chicane as well by the looks of it. That damage might just be slowing Campaniella down. But yeah, Mitchell hitting some pretty consistent 42.1s here to close this gap. Polovchuk now a 10th and a second and a half behind Shrepinen within. Oh, Shrepinen is going for it. Let's get on there quickly. He says, completely can't find it. Shrepinen, there's directly ahead. There we go. Shrepinen and Zimbal. He's closed the gap massively there. I'm not sure if Zimbal. Yeah, missed his brakes on the way down into Aquamina Rally, but certainly on the way out, an entirely different story. Shrepinen right under the rear spoiler now as a head down to Ravazza. It's game on for Shrepinen. Aston v Aston in the slipstream. Well, it's a good exit by both of them. The Gladius car just moving on over out of the way. We'll see the purple moniker there, and no, they're lapping. Yeah, I mean, on that lap there, Sherepinen 7/10 quicker than Zimbal. So that's that one absolutely done and dusted. Certainly not done and dusted though. Is this interesting potential here? Stubenrauch and Klinkmuller, they are within 3 seconds of one another. They've got one of the LFM cars in between them. There is the Bentley badge getting ever larger in the rear view mirror. I mean, you can't quite see it, but you get the hyperbole. 6 minutes to go, and Klinkmuller, yeah, between 4 and 7/10. A lap quicker. Two, my apologies. Stubenrauch has gone to within 2 seconds. He's been down in the low 41s recently as well. We'll see what they do across the line this time. Stubenrauch, lap 153, goes into the books. 1 minute 41.3, that's exactly what he needed. Klinkmuller, those 1 minute 41.2. Yeah, so very much keeping Stubenrauch absolutely on his toes. Osterman still doing exactly what he needs to do. That gap with Grunwald, it's never gone beyond 10 seconds. It's been between 8 and 10 seconds since they came out of the pit. The BMW and the Bentley have had an almighty battle on the timing towers, and it is just hanging. At the minute you would say it's slightly in the favour of Grunwald because it is dropping down to that 8. It was up to 15 seconds. 17 seconds in fact before they came in for that last round of pits. So certainly going in Grunwald's favour, but nowhere near enough you would say to make any kind of ground in the last 5 minutes. Certainly not enough to secure that position. Mitchell still looking to secure a position against Campaniella. Does now have that is Klinkmuller, who's closed right up onto the back of them. So this is what Stubenrauch has just gone through. So that's maybe what slowed them up ever so slightly. There is Stubenrauch already over the hill through turn 8. Oh, Neo Rouge car just having some extra time out on the gravel there. Klinkmuller back over the 3 second mark as he makes his way through the traffic down into Aquamina Rally. That could be just enough. Ooh, no, could it though? 3 seconds with 4 minutes to go. Let's see what the lap times are like again. Stubenrauch with a nice clear lap, and he's got the Audi pulling him along the start-finish line. He's going to cross the line, and that is a 1 minute 41.7. So 4th then down, but it is a 41.8 for Klinkmuller. So that's the first time in quite a few laps that Klinkmuller has been slower than Stubenrauch, so that's gone certainly in his favour. The gap hovering on the 8 second mark between the top two, but again 4 minutes left to go. You would think Osterman is going to be absolutely locked in to this one. It does have some cars just ahead of him. We've got Sherepinen trying to close up on Hendrickson. Fastest car on track, and in fact he really has closed right up then. That gap is absolutely reduced, and Sherepinen is flying in the Aston Martin. He's absolutely moving. They've got blue flags for the Fisher car ahead of them, but certainly these two will be looking to duel it out, and I tell you, I would say it's advantage to Sherepinen. The Fisher car very neatly out of the way. As they head down into Aquamina Rally, it is, oh, Mitchell. Oh no, it's Medwin. Sorry, Medwin's showing some good pace. Yep, he's caught right back up to Nietert. So since they've stayed penalty free, it's certainly gone in their favour. Oh, the Raggioli car coming under all kinds of pressure. Now Aquamina Rally. That Aston is, Sherepinen really is moving in this stint. 1 minute 40.7, so he's regularly in the 1 minute 40s, so he is comfortably the fastest car on track. Comfortably the fastest car on track. That is incredible. There is Gladius and Team Racing Point are being investigated for an incident on lap 143. So we'll see if there is any outcome to that one. Still sitting at 8 seconds between the top two. More importantly for Stubenreich, the 3 seconds has been maintained back to Klinkmuller over the last lap and a half. We're now under 2.5 minutes of run number 3 of the International Endurance Series by Lian Li. That €3,200 prize money coming ever so slightly closer for the drivers. This is race 14 after the 12 races last week. Next time out it is the 2x4 at the Nürburgring. With the Nürburgring and a wet Nordschleife for our viewing pleasure. We'll see how the drivers got on. That could really shuffle the standings up going into Monza. And of course, those will be full reverse order grid for race number 2 for the final round. So it's all to play for in every single round. The drivers driving that way today, the double stint extravaganza. Osterman coming up to another Fischer car. Yeah, double stint extravaganza has seen the team that took pole position leading all the way to a minute left to go. Let's see if they can bring it home. Grunwald get breaching that 8-second mark. It's been a valiant effort since that final pit stop. They were 15-16 seconds down, and they've now got that down to 7.5. Osterman, I'm not sure we can. I'm not sure. Those tyres do look well inflated. Although the temperature has dropped down to 32 now. There we go, a bit of a lift from the Fischer car. And that sends the leader through. Grunwald catching up. He is getting ever closer. Mitchell and Campaniella getting close to one another as well. That's Medwin. That's Mitchell. Let's see what we can see into turn number 2. He's having a look around the outside. Nothing doing, no Campaniella defending his line. Abe Santema not too far behind actually. He'll be more than happy to see this battle going on ahead of him. This could get him. Oh no, 12 seconds left to go. Wow. Yeah, so there we go. The leader is on the final lap. 4.5 hours, 3 sets of tyres and a double stint for each of the drivers, and it could be a lights to flag performance for the pole sitters. Yep, 7.5 seconds back to championship lead in Nitro. They will maintain the lead of the championship going into the double header at the Nürburgring. Stubenreich is looking good to hang on to 3rd place. He's maintained a 3-second gap back to Klinkmuller, who's put in a valiant effort trying to close in and take that final podium spot from the 255 team. Abeladze is being pulled along, another 255 team, 5th position for them, 2 in the top 5. Not too bad. 2 in the top 6 for B Alien by Nitro Concepts, with another one of their Bentleys currently in 6th place. Filippi just with a white flag. We've got a couple of white flags actually, a few cars just pushing those limits at the end. There's the Mercedes of Williams as well, but let's jump on with Jakob Osterman. What can you say about that performance? Lights to flag in this field, 3 sets of tyres and 3 double stints. 2 stints each for the drivers, 158 laps expertly navigated. So 50 laps for each set of tyres, and he has given us the full display across the start-finish line. That's going to cut the gap with the lights flashing, the steering wheel weaves, and the checkered flag waves for Jakob Osterman and BS+. What a drive for himself, Reuters and Niels Najuk. A phenomenal win. Tobias Grunwald brings home Nitro's efforts in 2nd place. And it's going to be Justin Stubenreich who is going to round out the podium as he rounds Ravazza. He too will see the checkered flag, and it will be podium spots for 255. A phenomenal run by Niels Klinkmuller to close that. He really did close that gap. Tried his best but not to be, but still, 4th position, not too shabby. Abeladze for 2.55, in the top 5. Very nice indeed, and Alien going to follow them home to take 6th position. There is 43rd, quite a few of the cars a lap or 2 down. So they'll already be getting the checkered flags, as we can see at the end there. In fact, Hutchinson for Visceral, LFM, Top Racing, all taking the flag inside the top 10. We'll get the full results very shortly. But there is our race winners. And yeah, they've taken the almost the clean sweep actually. Schrepperen, big shout out to Schrepperen, taking the fastest lap. Came home in 15th position. We'll get the full results up in a moment as more cars cross the line, but that is what a race that's been. We'll just tidy that up if this will open. Bear with me a moment, there we go. No highlights to grab, unfortunately. We'll get a quick early look at the results before we get the official ones from the website. But there we can see Austin and Grunwald and Stubenrich bringing home the top 3 spots. And again, Nitro, I do think they will still be leading the championship going into the Nürburgring. Klinkmüller and Abeladze 4th and 5th. We saw them crossing the line. Let's see, Top Racing Gladius in 10th and 11th ahead of Podins and Rodriguez for Visceral. Veloci in 14th. Schrepperen for Crazy Fly 15th position. Raggioli in 16th place. Visceral making their way back to 18th after some early drive-thrus. LFM in 22nd place. Santema brought home Dumb and Dumber. Dumberer and Dumberer. Yep, one of the 3. In 20th place. Williams is the one I was looking for there. 31st position. They crossed the line after a stop-go 30-second penalty. That was, of course, round number 3. We'll get the results up very shortly indeed. As you can see, round 3. Next up, in the International Endurance Series by Lian Lee, it is that double header at the Nürburgring. Race 1 will be 4 hours of the Nürburgring in the dry, and then race 2 will be 4 hours of the Nordschleife with the top 15 reversed. And here is what the drivers are, of course, racing for. €3,200 for the top teams. So well worth that effort. The top 20 teams all earning cash prizes from the sponsor, so huge thank you to them once again. We'll see if we can get the end of the race up on a replay, and we'll see the results. Oops. Not quite showing. Let's take a look at them in a moment.
Introducing the International Endurance Series by Low Fuel Motorsport. Teams will compete for a total prize money of €15,000 over the course of 5 unique endurance events. In each event, teams will face a different challenge. Rarely driven cars, dynamic weather conditions, stretching tire life, or reversed grids. Teams will have to be adaptive to come out on top of their competitors and claim victory in the International Endurance Series by Low Fuel Motorsport.
Indeed, yeah, again, huge shout out to the sponsors, Lian Lee, putting this whole competition together. I think we are, yes, we are indeed. So let me just quickly check and see if we have the results. Nope. So for some reason the results not quite working. So let me bring up a replay and we will grab some of the drivers in for an interview. let's see. Oops. Yes, there we go. Okay, we've got Gaskell, Minar and Stubenrauk in, so let's grab the 3. There we go. It's worked. Apologies, gents. My mouse was having a bit of a moment there. Couldn't quite get everyone in. But good evening, good afternoon. That was quite the race and quite the event. We've spoken before about the series itself being kept interesting with different cars and different formats. Justin, how did you find the double stinting event today? And yeah, 3 sets of precious tyres for the 4.5 hours.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Pretty natural, as we've done another series. All of us have done another series like that, but obviously double stinting is always very challenging, and especially in hot temperatures like we did today in Imola. But yeah, overall I'd say we came away well and got a good result, and good for our championship after we had that disconnect from the lead in round 1.
Yeah, that was very tough to see in round number 1. There was nothing crueler in sim racing than a disconnect like that. Was there how much planning was there went into who would drive when? Because it's an interesting proposition for someone like myself to figure out. Do you put your fastest driver out first, or do you save the fast one to the end, Sam?
For us, we were all pretty close on pace, so it was kind of up to who was more comfortable doing race start, which we all agreed that I should do it. But yeah, I mean, all of us were close on pace, but yeah, there was no real somebody's faster than the other, and then they must go first or whatever. So yeah, it was good. Did the best we could, and it paid off. So yeah.
Yeah, it did, yeah, solid result. And Philip, how was the race for you as far as the conditions go? It's all fine and well doing a double stint on only the 1 set of tyres, but above 35 degrees, that is pretty cosy, and certainly getting into graining territory, not graining, certainly getting into blistering territory for the tyres if you push them too hard. So tyre management on this one must have been pretty essential.
Yeah, I mean, Imola is really not like as hard on tyres as say a Kota or Barcelona. So we had that at least, and then also another plus we had in the Ferrari was the Ferrari is insanely good with its balance over a whole stint. Its balance stays the same basically throughout the whole stint, and we kind of tuned the setup last night just for tyre wear, and made sure the fronts don't, overwork. And because in the Ferrari, if your fronts overwork, you just absolutely kill your tyres and you have no pace in the end. And I think we did a really good job with the setup last night and dialed it in for all of us. We actually had like a last minute change on the setup before the race, and it turned out to save us. It was saving grace for us for tyres. But yeah, I don't think we've had a problem with tyres today, to be honest. The car felt really good up until the end. That is Ferrari. That's one of the pros of the Ferrari is good tyre wear. So yeah, we came into this race with that in mind, and I guess we cooked.
I would say that is a fair estimation. Yes, it's certainly there. The tyres were getting cooked, and you guys certainly cooked up there at the front. Justin, towards the end there, though, it was getting a bit close. The BLA and Bentley threatening to get within the 3 seconds. Was there any thought of pushing the tyres that extra bit, or were you comfortable managing that gap there at the end?
Basically, I was just managing the gap as we were pretty high on warnings, and yeah, just didn't want to risk anything. And as we had that big gap, I knew I just had to manage it and had to keep a safety margin, basically, which was the 3 seconds we had at the end.
Yeah, good gap. It was a good gap and a good race. And Sam, very quickly, last one for you guys before we get the rest of the podium in. I do yammer on a bit during the interviews. Apologies. We've got Nürburgring and the Nordschleife next week. Nordschleife in the wet with a top 15 reversed grid. How are you feeling ahead of that one?
Good. I mean, both those tracks I think I excel at. I mean, they're both two tracks that I really like, so, and I'm sure these two also will enjoy it. I mean, the reverse grid as well is also going to be quite spectacular to watch, especially considering it's a wet round as well. That's going to be the reverse grid, so we'll see what happens. We've got a good car for it. I'm sure some of the other guys and some of the other teams are going to try and bop the car, so we'll make sure to do our best on that half. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be good.
Yeah, it will be. And yeah, well done on the qualifying yesterday. And it's good to see that there isn't a democracy in place and that vote in the Discord chat to keep you out with quali.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that was a bit of a funny moment there with the getting hacked yesterday, but yeah, all good now.
Back up and running, and certainly up and running on the track. Well, congratulations once again, team. You've done your championship, charged the world of good, and a phenomenal podium in an incredible event. Sam Gaskell, Philip Minard, and Justin Stubenrick. Congratulations, and we look forward to seeing you all in the next round.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers.
There we go then. That was 255. They finished in third place. Let me now bring up these three phenomenal drivers. Have I got this right? Yeah, Osterman, Richter and Grunwald for Team Nitro. There we go. We've got rotors.
All come back when you get PS competition.
Oh. Yeah, some seriously fierce competition. There we go. My apologies, Jakob. Yep, I got that one wrong. BS Plus. There we go. Too much going on. Imagine getting that one wrong. But Bastian Richter and Tobias Grunwald join us in the commentary box now, both from Team Nitro, of course. Championship leaders going into this one, and it does look like they're going to still have the lead of the championship going into the Nürburgring. We'll start with you, Tobias. How was the event for you?
I mean, the outcome was pretty good in the end. Qualifying was a disaster, to be honest. Really, really bad lap, which only made us start P6. But then I think we had the best recovery we could have had in the race because BS did a phenomenal race, and they, because of pole position, they was just able to drive away at the beginning when we were stuck in traffic. But yeah, we caught them a little bit in the end, but it by far was not enough. So I think a really good race after the bad qualifying. But yeah, with a better qualifying, I think there would have been probably one position higher possible. But still, we extended the championship lead, and that's the most important. So yeah, I think we can be happy.
Yeah, I would say so. And Bastian, how did you find the tyre management for that? As I was saying previously, the temperature never really got below 33 degrees. Not really the best for tyre saving. So trying to manage them, pick your battles, and make sure they'll last you for the full stint. How was it for you?
Yeah, it was interesting and quite funny actually, because we picked the Bentley mostly because of this race, because it has great tire wear and also like very cool tire temperatures. So we even didn't get any blister now, and it was kind of sad that we had such a short stint timer, because at the end of the double stint, the car was actually feeling the best. So that's like when you had the good rhythm and then you had to pit, which was a bit unfortunate, but yeah, generally I think it was quite manageable. And also looking at the times from the other cars, they also did it quite good. So I think it was a nice challenge also with the different fuel strategies, which was always spicing things up a little bit. Yeah, but great fun.
Yeah, certainly was a great watch as well, and yeah, left me baffled trying to figure out who was going to do what with the fuel strategies. Certainly one. Tobias, how are the team feeling now? We've got 2 rounds left, 4 races, 2 of them featuring reverse order grids, and 1 of them featuring a wet Nordschleife. The Great Leveller meets the Great Leveller. You're going into that with the championship lead. Feeling confident about bringing home the championship win with the round still to go?
I mean, yeah, really looking forward to the next round. I think it's going to be a fun one, especially with the reverse grids now coming up. I mean, it depends how your race goes if it's fun in the end, but I think especially the very last race with the full reverse grid, I think everything is open. I mean, I think we try to get as big as a gap as possible to go into the final race if we have one, because then you have the least risk to take. Because I think with the full reverse grid, if you are quite at the front, which we hopefully will be in the first race, you're going to be almost dead last in the second one. And then, I think there will be a lot of carnage. So you basically have to survive and hope that you get a good position to, in the end, be ahead of the other cars, or at least be not too far away from them to win the championship in the end. So I think the championship will mostly get decided in the final race, on the final race weekend still. So we still try to score as many points to hopefully have a big as a gap as possible, so that we can take it a bit more easy, take a bit less risk in the final race. And then, as I said, I think we can't be confident to win the championship. We just have to push until the final race. And then we will see what happens.
Indeed, yeah. And last one for you, Bastian, before we get the race winners in. I can tell you it's very close at the top of the standings. We will reveal those after the interviews, just to keep you all on tenterhooks. Who do you see as your biggest rivals in the championship, or is it a case of there might just be too many to mention? Because, BS Plus, 255, BA, Lian, Visceral, all there or thereabouts in the top 10.
Yeah, well, I mean, looking at the points, it would be Lian, but that's also like kind of our sister team. So I think we will not expect a too harsh fight from them. Hopefully, at least. Otherwise, we will have some
No
funny
team
discussions.
orders.
That's not the case. But but I think generally, like, there are still a lot of teams in contention, especially BS Plus and 255. They are very quick, and BS showed it today. 255 showed it in the other races as well. There's still a lot can happen. Let's say it like that.
Yep, a lot definitely can, and we will be here to witness all of it, thankfully. But yeah, congratulations once again. Brought the championship lead in, brought home second place, and take the championship lead into the double header in Germany next time out. So huge congratulations again, Team Nitro, Bastian Richter and Tobias Grunwald.
Yeah, thanks very much.
There we go then. Second place, Bastian Richter and Tobias Grunwald. They are still top of the standings. Now, let's just get this one correct. There we go. Apologies to Jakob. Got him in here a bit early. But we are now joined by not only the team that won the race, they took pole position as well in what was effectively a one-lap shootout last week. They've managed their tyres better and they've come home with an 8-second gap. We'll start with Louis, because Jakob brought the car home. Louis, how was the race for you? Tyre management seemed to be pretty key for a lot of the team, but the Bentley drivers were saying that their car just coming to life towards the end of the stint. How was the BMW out there?
Yeah, first of all, GG's to everyone else who finished in good positions. And the BMW is not the greatest car on the tire, I would say, but on strategy we managed to pull a gap in the first stint already, or Niels managed to, and then we had the possibility to save the tires a bit and watch out for them, to not overdrive the car, to not get wheel spin or whatever. So we managed to get the tire over the distance, and even the pace was a bit better than I expected compared to the Bentleys. We managed to keep the gap and win the race in the end.
Yeah, and a good one it was as well. Niels, at the start of the race, I did mean to ask the other drivers this as well. As you started, with only having that one set of tyres for the double stint, was there any extra precautions you felt you might have to take on the first lap or the first couple of laps to make sure to not get involved in too many battles that were extraneous and overcook the tyres? Or was it just let's get out here and win this from the lights?
Yeah, it helps a bit if you take it easy the first 2-3 laps or so until the tire has proper temperature, especially with how slow the formation laps are in this game. No matter how aggressive you are with the brake, it's always going to be cold in the end, and that makes the tire very easy to grain if you push it early on in the first couple of laps. So yeah, that's when you take care of it. But after that initial phase, then you can start pushing a bit, just within boundaries, because today we had to drive the tire for 1.5 hours. And despite taking care, it looks like my tires were the worst within in the team. So make of that what you will. I think it produced a decent gap in the beginning. And then, yeah, Luis drove a fantastic stint himself. I think that was the cleanest stint we've seen today here, probably. Very smooth driving, smooth lap times, the tire wear showed. And then, yeah, Jacob brought it home nicely without ever causing any fear.
Always a good thing. Always a good thing, and I'm sure you're eternally grateful for that one. And Jakob, yes, it was a phenomenal close to the race, as always in endurance racing. Plenty of traffic to deal with, and again, back to one set of tyres for the 90 minutes. How was that closing stint for you? Any harum-scarum moments, or was it fairly smooth sailing, managing that gap back to Nitro?
After being able to watch the first 3 hours on the onboard of Niels and Lewis, the lapped cars actually showed to have some awareness today, which also worked out at some places in my stint, but there were some cars which acted a bit weird, so it was tough to think of what they will do next. Luckily, no major setup came and we didn't get hit or something. So yeah, happy that I brought it home and get the first win together with Lewis for BS competition.
Yeah, and a solid one as well. Again, bringing it home in quali as well. I think what we'll do actually is we'll bring up the stand-ins, Louis, and we'll have a look at those which see Team Nitro in second, Be Alien by Nitro Concept. Team Nitro in first, Be Alien by Nitro Concept in second, BS Plus up to third place. Only 36 points behind Team Nitro, so not a bad place to be going into the next round. The double header in Germany. How are you feeling in the BMW ahead of that event?
I think for Nürburgring we will be quite good set. From what that was announced, it's going to be a dry race again, which definitely helps our car. Notchlev will be a whole different thing again. Wet track on the BMW is just as bad as it can get, as we've already seen on Kota. So as soon as the rain starts to fall, we are pretty much missing pace with whatever we are doing. So yeah, our goal is to get a good result at Nürburgring and then do damage limitation again on the Nordschleife, I guess.
Yeah, and sometimes it's just got to be done. Bring home the points that you can. And then, Niels, we'll be finishing the series off, double header at Monza with a full reverse grid. That one going to be an interesting result. But given the 4 races that are left, how are you feeling about your chances of winning the championship? And who do you see as the biggest rivals? Obviously, Team Nitro with a decent lead at the moment.
I guess these guys have won every endurance championship in the last couple of years there ever was. So they remain the favorites, especially since they're already leading. Making up gap to them or making up the points to them is super difficult because even if they have a bad race, they usually end up in P2. So I'm not going to get our hopes up to get the overall championship or something. They need a really bad weekend. And with, as you said, 4 races to go, there's plenty of them to also recover should anything go wrong. Then I think I'm looking forward to the single class race in particular. It's always nice to swap back and forth between the BOP races where you have excuses or sometimes you're just out of luck. But in the single class races, it's always up to you, really. Also was very nice to win at least one race in the Infinity format 2 weeks ago, which kind of also always reassures you that you still have the relevant pace to be up there with all the fantastically fast guys. So I'm looking forward to try again. I think the Porsche GT2 it is in the last round.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is the Porsche GT2. But you're right. Yeah, they're an absolute murderer's row of talent out on track. Jakob, the question I was about to ask has completely escaped me. But yeah, going into the final few rounds yourself, is there any, we've already heard Louis say that the BMW in the wet, not the best. Actually, yeah, that was the question I was going to ask. How have the team found the format? I've asked a few teams this so far. Everyone seems to be well on board. All these changing races, the 12-20 minute races, the single make Niels just touched on there as well. How have you found that as a team? Has it been an enjoyable challenge?
It's something new. It's something we pretty much never had before in sim racing, especially also with the 48 stint minutes, which is pretty much something we never had before, or like at least in an endurance championship like this. It's pretty enjoying. I think it also helps the BMW a bit. The preparation for the races is like not that tough. Just doing like 48 minute stints for preparation, not like an hour and 5 minutes, is pretty much way easier. But yeah, it's like enjoyable. Like I said, I think it helps BMW a bit because it's not the best on its tires. And yeah, also with double stinting the tires, it helps a lot. Like doing 2 full stints, so like 2 hours on one tire is pretty exhausting in ACC. Tire can also easily blow up, so like 1.5 hours is pretty much perfect there. It's like actually funny, and yeah, just hope we can get more like this.
Indeed, yeah. Well, I'm sure the fans, the viewers, and yeah, some of the commentary team as well, certainly cheering on the team up at the top. But huge congratulations, round number 3 of the International Endurance Series by Lian Lee, qualifying and race won by BS Plus competition, and a lot more to come in the series, I'm sure. So congratulations, Jakob Osterman, Louis Reuters, and Niels Najuk. Look forward to seeing you next time out.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah.
There we go then, that was our winning team. As you can see from the standings, they find themselves in a comfortable third, well, maybe a comfortable third position. All still to very much be decided. There they are bringing home the car. That is the prize money that they are driving for, €3,200 for the top team. And it is the 2x4 at the Nürburgring. 4 hours of the Nürburgring in the dry, and then top 15 reversed for a wet race around the Nordschleife, and then that single make finale. Absolutely cannot wait for that one. The whole grid will be reversed for the second race. So absolutely anything could happen at any point in time. Wonderful format for the International Endurance Series by Lian Lee. Round 3 has been a roaring success. 4 and 5 promise to do much the same. Thank you to everyone that's been in the chat today, and thank you for the raid from the German channel. The results still not quite working for me, unfortunately, but I think Chris might want to wrap up with a raid. I'll be back on Thursday night, I believe, for the Pro Series. There we go. Sim RC Endurance. Make sure you refresh the browser so you count as a viewer, and then refresh the browser once again when we raid over. Do enjoy the rest of your Saturday. I am going to go and watch the race all over again. Gee, thank you very much, and yeah, thanks to everyone that's been in. I will see you all again for the Nürburgring. Until then, stay safe, take it easy, and have a great rest of your night. Good night.
Introducing the International Endurance Series by Low Fuel Motorsport. Teams will compete for a total prize money of €15,000 over the course of 5 unique endurance events. In each event, teams will face a different challenge: rarely driven cars, dynamic weather conditions, stretching tire life, or reversed grids. Teams will have to be adaptive to come out on top of their competitors and claim victory in the